We're gonna close that and this and that. Hit a couple buttons. Okay, let's turn that on. Let's get a webcam going. I think I've got stuff. There we go. Perfect. Okay, everything is going. It is... Oh, hold on. Let me just turn on a... Oh, not that. There we go. A light. There. Light's turned on. Okay. Good old starting stream. But yeah, hope everybody's doing well. How is everything? Hey, Vegas! How's it going? Strum Eagle says the thumbnail turned out great. Thanks. I really enjoyed it. I want to do some more top-down stuff. Obviously, perspective, you know, it can be annoying or hard, or you know, it's harder to draw things in this perspective just because you don't have these nice silhouettes, right? Like a couch doesn't inherently look like a couch. Like, if you know, the silhouette of the couch is not very couch shape. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but not really, right? Because you don't see like the side view, right? I don't know. It's much, to me it's much harder to draw stuff in this view. You have to like logic through things a little bit when it's not intuitive. But yeah, no, it was fun. I want to do more like that today though. We had some thumbnails from last time. These were the thumbnails. Oops. I might just bring this one back. That might be what I do. Canada Hazuki, how's it going? Yeah, complementary colors. Yeah, I mean, that I wasn't really thinking about that, to be honest. It's more just, yeah, thanks. I'm glad you like it. It's funny, I do paint with a lot of complementary colors because I typically start very simple with like one warm color, one cool color, and then I kind of go from there. But I don't typically think about it as complementary colors. It's like, it's just generally opposite of the color wheel, which is coincidentally complementary colors, but it's, I don't know, like, it's funny how I don't really think about it, but it is kind of that way, right? Yellow and purple, or yellow and, I don't know, what color is this? Yeah, purpley color, purple reds, and also, I guess we technically have some blue lights, which are opposite of red, and yellow greens, and I mean, it's not, it's kind of complementary in like pigment sense, right? Don't they teach yellow is opposite of purple? Because like if you have the three, it's like the red, yellow, blue, and then the yellow, no, wait, what is it? The blue and the red are opposite. Yeah, blue and red mixed to purple, which is opposite yellow, and so, but in light, right? That's kind of not the way. Like we, or at least with this color wheel, right? I tend to think of like these as opposites, or purple and green as opposites, or greenish yellow, right? I don't know. I don't really think about complements in that way. So like I always forget if purple and yellow are complements, or purple and orange, or purple and green. Like, to me, they're all equally opposite. Like, they're basically all opposite, right? Yellow, green, orange. Like, they're very much not purple and blue. It's funny how that works. I'm not very scientific with my color. It's more just like certain combinations are gonna have certain moods based on things in life. Like sunset moods are gonna convey things that you might feel when you look at a sunset, which tend to be purpley and orange. Yeah. Okay, let's cut that one. I'm gonna go like that. And just put this up here. That way we can start with a win. We can be like, yeah, look at us, we already did something. Also, how's the audio or volume and all that? Hopefully I'm not missing anything. Watch me being muted this whole time. Maybe? No. But yeah, let's see. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know what. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do more top-down stuff, but I want to... I don't really have any plans for this one. More, I guess, play with color and top-down, and maybe because I can't use as many graphical shapes, right? Like I can't... If I want to paint a tree, my tree is not gonna be, you know, this shape, right? Like I can't make a tree this shape because this is not the shape of a tree from above, right? A tree from above might be this shape, and maybe I'll have a little bit of branches down below, but like mostly it's gonna happen in, like, that doesn't really look like a tree, but if we contrast it, you know, if we were to make this like one color, doesn't really matter which color, maybe it's an autumn tree, right? If we were to make it an autumn tree, and it was to contrast with like a different ground, then that would be more obvious it's a tree, right? Especially if it had like a shadow on the ground. Or something. Like that would look more tree-like. And so it's kind of, actually it's still not very contrasty. But anyway, my point stands. I'm gonna try to play around with color a bit more rather than shape and see how that goes. I don't know how it'll go. We hear you. Nice. All audio, all good. Great. I don't know why I just had a hunch that the audio was bad, even though it wasn't. So my hunch was wrong. But yeah, that was a thing. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How is everyone's Saturday? Hope you're all having a swell time. Well, that makes it sound like not good for someone, even though swell is like a good word. I don't know. Okay, what do I want to do? Maybe we'll start out with some blue. Like a forest. We painted that blue forest scene the other day. Maybe we'll do something similar. I mean, I guess what I could do is start out with like shapes like this, like almost like a floor plan, right? So like these things could be patches of bushes, very just almost like you're doing a, you know, a schematic drawing type thing. If you're doing like a design, you know, top down, maybe it's like a parkway, and these are the bricks. I almost said pavers. Somebody called me out last stream for saying pavers. Even though pavers is like to me a totally normal word. But anyway, here's the bricks. And maybe there's like a shadow up top, you know. Maybe the light's coming down from top left or top right. And if there's like a character in here, I'm just gonna draw a character. This is how I'm drawing a character. I'm just gonna make a blob like this. Little head. Very stumpy legs because we're looking top down. They're a normal word for me also? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think it's just that they didn't know that word, but it's funny because now I try to be very cautious about the words I use, even though I also use words that are like, even though it's a very, what do I say? So I try to be cautious of the words that I use, even though in art I'm still dropping words like, you know, composition and stuff like that. And I know most people know what composition means, or if we talk about complementary colors or, you know, that kind of thing. But I'm still a little bit aware of it. Paver is a machine that pours the asphalt. Well, not the paver I'm talking about. I'm talking about the bricks, the pavers in the ground, not the thing that does the paving. I think it might be a British thing. Is it, Skittle, do you call brick, like bricks in the ground, pavers? We Googled it last time and it turns out they are called that, but I don't know if it's like where it comes from because it's patio pavers. Yeah. I've never heard paver that way. It's either bricks or tiles. Yeah, I think maybe it's like I don't know if it's like a region thing, Vegas. Or maybe it's like a pseudo-technical term where, like, if you're in design fields, they'll call them brick pavers or something, or patio pavers. maybe I don't know if that's like I don't know exactly where that comes from, but it's definitely a thing, and it's not a thing that's universal. And I'm not sure a lot of because I know a lot of words are like region based or some are like UK terms versus American terms. I don't think this is one of those. I think it's like it might be industry specific. I don't actually know. I'm not sure where the divide is, but there's definitely a divide. It's we need one of those maps like the Coca-Cola versus soda versus pop maps where it's like what do you call it? Do you call it everything Coke? Do you call it soda? Do you call it pop? Do you call it soda pop? Do you call it fizzy drinks? Like what's your and people will divide up the country or different countries based on like what words they use for things. I feel like do you call it patio tiles, pavers, bricks? Uh, yeah, they are everybody. Yeah, I think everybody calls them bricks. They are brick, but I feel like you could have a non-brick paver, right? Couldn't you have like you could have a plastic paver probably, I don't know, and I don't think anybody would, but I don't think it inherently is based on the material. It's more of the function. It's more akin to saying patio tile, I think, or just tiles. It doesn't have to be for a patio. It could also be for a walkway. Anyway, I just thought it was in a thing, but now I'm all super self-conscious about it because it's in my head from last stream, and I'm like, now I don't know what to say. What words do I use? It's really not that big of a deal, but it's kind of a funny thing to me. Okay, I'm gonna add some light on the pavers. I never really thought of brick as a material. I guess brick isn't a material. I guess, yeah, maybe not. Maybe you're wrong. I never really thought about bricks much till now. Yeah, maybe, I mean, I feel like brick is a material, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's more of a term used to describe a chunk of, I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like depending on your context and like what you're like where and who you're talking about it with, it just comes through with context and you don't really have to describe it. Hey, welcome in Flothar. Welcome in Raiders. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream? What were you working on? You know the drill probably. Art tax if you were working on art. Froggy raid. Nice. Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, same here, Skittle. I don't really think that much about bricks, but at the same time, I've never really had a hang up on it either until, recently. I think it is a material. We have our patio done with paver tile. I mean, I think it's interchangeable, right? This is where I think language is kind of failing us because I think if you're talking from like a technical point of view, it's one thing. If you're talking as a layperson, it's another thing, right? Like if you're just having a conversation about getting your patio tiles redone or your patio redone or you're putting in a walkway, like you're just gonna say the word that comes to mind and people are gonna understand because they live where you live, everyone talks the same, and you don't need to think too much about it. But at the same time, probably depending on what industry you're in, there are going to be specifics, right? Obviously, if you're specifying a material, you're going to have to be very specific. Otherwise, the people building it aren't going to know what you're talking about. And so you're going to need some sort of reference, and it probably does have technical terms. But like, I'm not using those, right? Because I'm just talking about it. I don't know. It's funny. Words are weird, man. But yeah, Flothar, what were you doing today? What did you get up to? But yeah, we are painting some top-down stuff. I say. Maybe. Maybe we are. Most bricks are stone or stone tangential. I never really thought about them being the material itself first. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, there's like clay bricks, and I guess you could say it's tangential to stone, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of brick is not stone, right? I mean, what is brick like? When you think of like a brick building, right? You're typically thinking of a very specific type of brick, right? What are red bricks made of? Clay, which is mixed with water, then fired and hardened. Okay. So yeah, no, it's a clay. It's fired and hardened. It's not. That makes sense. See, I don't think of those as stone. I think of them as a distinct material. But you're probably right in that a brick of something, right? Like a brick of clay. I mean, it does feel like it's both. It's both parts of speech, right? It definitely feels like it's both parts of speech. Red bricks are made out of red, obviously. Yeah, right? Duh. How silly are we not to know this? Mr. Big Cookie, hello. Today was a gouache painting day. Painted a cool castle. Oh, you gotta share it. You gotta share the cool castle. I want to see. I want to see the castle. Okay, so maybe there's like little rocks here. How do you paint rocks from above? Maybe I love cool castles. Seriously, cool castles are great. I guess like this, but then we need the top of the rock to show, right? How do we paint the tops of rocks from this view? So from here, my perspective line is gonna be like down here, right? This is kind of where our eyes are going. And so we're gonna have the undersides of things maybe a little bit. If these are like a grove of trees, we would probably see more if there's actually trees and not bushes or shrubs. But that'll work for now. And then if we have rocks, right, they're also gonna be like this, but they're gonna be smaller. Sort of isometric view. It's a weird thing to get your brain working in this way. So let's add some browns. Okay, taking a photo. Yeah, no worries. No rush or anything. Yeah, I'm gonna add some discoloration here. Maybe some like grayish blue. This is gonna be the walkway. And then maybe we sprinkle in a color here, like we were talking about blue and purple the other day. Or were we? I think we were. Maybe along the lines. Maybe the trees have some purple in them. Some pink. Maybe some reds. Gouache Castle delivered. Excellent. You've paid your tax. All right, this is the art tax. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Hold on. Look at this. This is so good. Flothar, this is amazing. Dang, I want your skills. It's a bit blurry. No, it looks great. That is extremely cool. Also, it's really tiny. Unless it's a gigantic brush, it's a pretty small painting. But you have so many shapes, and like, for how tiny of a painting it is, I mean, I guess it's not that small. That's like a, what, 11, almost 11 by inches tall, probably? I guess it's not that tiny. Paintbrushes are pretty long. But it's still a pretty... No, that's not bad. That's a pretty good size painting, actually. I take it back. That's not a tiny painting. But yeah, no, that looks great. The lighting is amazing. Such good lighting. 8.5 by 11. Yeah, I was thinking if it was 8.5 by 11, that's like almost 11 inches tall, probably. So yeah, no, that's good. But no, it looks great. Wonderful. I love the clouds and then the light. I feel like a thing that a lot of people do when they paint, like for me, one of my things when I paint environments, it's so easy to forget adding lighting. I know that seems like an obvious thing, but for some reason it can be easy to forget like distinct light and shadows because you're so used to starting painting like from like an overcast thing. Because like the way that I work, oftentimes it starts with like atmospheric perspective. There's a lot of depth and form, but there's not a lot of direct lighting. And so I love seeing some really nice, strong lighting, good shadow shapes. It just makes it so much more beautiful. Wonderful painting. Yeah, everything has a very nice flow to them. Just like Mr. Big Cookie says. Wonderful work. I love seeing that. I may or may not steal these colors today and paint something with the similar green vibe. Some nice green colors. Some green yellows. I don't think this painting's gonna have that. We're just making a character here. Not very detailed of a character, just a character. There's a character. Looking downward. We've got some bricks. Some stones. I don't really want to do lines, though. Maybe a little bit of lines, but it's interesting to paint the stuff without lines, because, like, lines make it so much easier, I think, for top-down. And so how would I paint it without lines? I mean, I guess it's really relying on those shadow shapes, you know? If you have, like, different material. Because, like, normally if you were to do... You could do everything sort of... You know, if I wanted to have some grass, right, I could just go like this. And still kind of do top-down view. But this is very much lines. But it's kind of... I guess not really, right? Maybe not. If I use a big enough brush, it's not lines. I just realized I didn't have my YouTube chat open. If anybody on YouTube said anything, I apologize for not seeing your message. I don't think anyone said anything. But if they did, I've missed it. There we go. Now chat is properly open. You think mostly in solid shapes, like that painting has 5 or 6 main large shapes that are sort of noisy on the edges? Gotcha. If it's a supermarket or theme park or something, it could be lines. True, Vegas. True. Do we want this darker? Maybe not. Maybe this is darker. We need some of these shapes darker. I mean, we don't need them darker, but I think being darker would help, maybe. And maybe it's a texture thing? Like, maybe we don't need it dark. I don't know. I think a little bit darker works, because then when we have shadows, it's like we're seeing through the thing. Like, even though we're still catching it from the top, right? Like, it is lit from the top. Let's do a color dodge and like a nice, a very bluish light. Like a moonlight shining down. Hold on, I wanted the moonlight to be more evenly lit, so I'm going to use something like that. So we can still light this from above. There. And then from here, if we do have light spots, we can have some of the grasses like in light, I guess. I feel like a lot of this would just end up being a texture thing. Like, Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a texture thing. I feel like it's a texture thing. Like, if you get the right textures and you get the right shapes, and because there's not a lot of detail. I mean, I guess I could just keep adding detail. I could paint all the little plants and... Maybe there's little plants here. Try and block in where they are before I start anything serious. Maybe these aren't blocks. Maybe these aren't plants. Maybe they're rocks. And of course we can see the top of them. Little rock here, just chilling. And then we need the lighting. I don't think we want the lighting to be boring like this, though. I think we want, like, maybe a purple. Or a blue. Just to give it some color. Same in here. Just introduce some darker color into these shadows. I think that would be nicer. Same thing here, right? Our character can get some little bit of a... little bit of light in there. Some of this stuff, though, can still get a little bit of lighting. Because it is, even though it's in the shadow... I don't know. The shadows are weird here. I didn't really do that great. But that's something. Maybe shift it towards blue. Stiller favorite snack, hit me. Oh gosh, I'm not much of a snacker. Is that weird? This is like one of those things where people hear someone say that and then it's like, oh no, like something must be wrong. I'm not much of a snacker. I mean I like mixed nuts, so just like almonds, cashews, peanuts, that kind of thing. I like grapes, you know, any like snackable food, grapes, berries or something. I'm trying to think, what do I snack on? I don't really snack that much. Tea isn't really a snack though. It's a thing that I drink a lot. What about you? What are your guys' favorite snacks? Is anyone like me and doesn't really snack? Like, I very rarely snack. What typically actually happens is I will be doing a thing like gaming or arting or whatever, and then I will have this realization that, oh my gosh, I am super hungry, I need food, and then I'll go and get food like until I'm not hungry anymore, and then the cycle will repeat. So I don't think like, oh, I could just snack on stuff. If I snack, I will never feel hungry, and then I will just never make myself food. I will only be snacking. Right? Because, like, I just eat when I'm hungry. And if I'm snacking, I will never feel that hunger. Which isn't, like, a conscious thought process. Like, oh, if I eat now, then I'm not going to be hungry. Like, I don't think about it that way. It's just, I won't get food until I feel it. And then it's like, oh, I'm really hungry. I should get food. Right? So at no point do I, like... I don't know. It's very impulsive. I basically just eat when I'm hungry. I don't, like, plan meals. And not really. I mean... I might plan meals knowing that I will need meals. Yeah, more thumbnails from above, Druffzilla. Exactly. Like, I will plan meals for myself when I go shopping. So insofar as, like, I know what I'll have in my fridge so that when I'm hungry I can eat. But, yeah, I'm not snacking throughout the day. We enjoy some hard bread with cheese or ham. But see, that's the thing. If I'm like taking the time to slice up cheese and get crackers and put them all on a plate and all that, like at some point I'm just gonna make myself food. That's like a meal or something. I don't know. I don't think I have the best eating habits. Certainly not. But yeah, I pretty much just eat when I'm hungry. Which, again, sometimes I forget that I'm hungry until I'm like, holy crap, I'm hungry. Okay, this is gonna be trees. These are just very, very blobby sketches. But I like this. I like these blobby sketches. You don't just get a bag of almonds by you as you art? No. Well, no, but even if I do, which I do have like I have, right? I have had like a bag of almonds by me as I art, but then I forget to eat them. I don't have like a habit. I haven't ever made a habit in my life of like unconsciously reaching for the bag, right? I don't think about it. It's like same way that I can have my tea at the start of the stream, right? And then at the end of the stream I have my cup of tea untouched. Even when people are reminding me, kind of. You wouldn't be half as cold. Oh, I'm not really cold. Wait, who said I'm cold? No, I'm not cold at all. I love the cold weather. Cold weather is great. Cold weather is my favorite. Cold weather is my jam. I love it. It's hot weather that sucks. You're wearing a beanie? I am wearing a beanie. I don't have to be wearing a beanie. I'm choosing to wear a beanie. You said you wear it because it's cold? I mean, it's cold enough that I can wear it come and be comfortably. But I am not cold. No, I like being a little on the chilly side, kind of. And I also like being able to dress how I want, and I want to wear a beanie. But yeah, anyway, is it snow outside? No, there's no snow outside. Nope, it's not snowy. All right, let's do another top-down view thumbnail sketch. Yeah, no, I definitely prefer cold weather. Cold weather is amazing. Because yeah, then I can like wear long sleeve shirts and all that, and I like that. Okay, let's. I mean, these are very basic. Maybe we can do something more interesting. Like, so here's a challenge for myself. Instead of doing whenever I do top-down views, I always do no land formation change. But what if I do like a hilly scene? I hate I hate long sleeve shirts. Feel so restrictive. That's funny. And yet, every character except one of them is in long sleeve shirts. Just kidding. Common Grounds, Episode 1, The Great Tip Jar Debate. Ooh, I love it. I'm curious what they debate about. Or, I mean, I'm curious what the debate around a tip jar is. See, that has me interested. The title is great. Now I want to know. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna try to do like a hilly scene. So maybe down low is gonna be blue. So I'm gonna try to have a logic to it. So down below, the deeper we go is gonna be blue. I am gonna try to put lighting though. It's like a medium atmospheric perspective thing. And then maybe up top. I guess we could, to show the hill, right? We could also like show like stairs or something. Oh, I haven't posted my finished comic issue in your channel. No, I don't think I've seen it. How dare you not fill us in when you post stuff? Kidding. Where do you share Vegas? Now I'm curious, where do you primarily share stuff when you finish it? Nowhere. Okay. I was gonna be very offended if you shared it other places. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, that's funny. No, that you know what though? That's a really good habit to like. I think if you get in that habit of making stuff and forgetting to share it, you are gonna be so productive. Like that, I think once I think people sort of. I mean, I don't know if I'll have. Let's see. If it's a lot, I may not have a ton of time to read it, but on stream. But we'll see. Let's take a look. Art. Okay, I am gonna read it though, because I want to read it. All right, we're gonna go over Vegas's comic here. Whose idea was it to label the tip jars like this? Capitalism, socialism. Oh wait, no, I think I did see part of this. People can vote with their dollars. So isn't that just capitalism again? Oh yeah, I did. I think I did see this. I didn't see the finished one. And then is that the end? No. Anarchy. Ta-da! I bring balance to the system. You brought chaos to my counter. Careful with that socialism label. Some folks still think it comes with gulags. Communism gave socialism a bad name. Isn't socialism just communism light? Modern socialism is closer to democracy with a conscience. Modern communism is more like authoritarianism with a good PR team. I like it. Also, I love this scene. The ta-da. That's so great. That's so like, I don't know. That's a great panel. It's like in your face. It's the first time the character is introduced, or at least that we see, and he's just, yeah, I love that. That's great. This is really cool. Also, oh, there's another. Okay, wait. Anarchy won and socialism bear. Okay, that evening. Wait, Anarchy won. Anarchy has a ton. And socialism barely has anything. Of course, what did you expect? What are you doing now? Testing trickle-down economics. That's not really how that works. Does it ever work? Amazing. Hello, Raychiana, how's it going? Take care, Stiller says, Mr. Big Cookie in chat, gotta go. Nice to see you still doing well. I am doing well. Thank you for your thoughts. Drupzilla, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, Raychiana, I hope you're doing well. We're doing more top-down stuff. But trying to do some stuff with elevation. Although I'm still not caring about perspective too much. I'm just kind of... Maybe it'll end up being a little isometric. I don't know. We'll see. This right now is not looking good. Doing great. Happy Saturday all. Yeah, it's Saturday. Hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Maybe there's trees over here. We could do that. Very graphical. Once I start publishing these, they'll probably be on Global Comics. Oh, I don't even know of that site. Hoping this weekend or next weekend. Wait, what you should do, maybe, I shouldn't say should, because what do I know? But what if you lagged behind like a month or so from having them finished? That way you never feel the pressure of like releasing them, right? Like have 2 or 3 issues done. That way you're never like, that way you never feel compelled to rush, and you also aren't like, don't feel like you're letting down people who do want the next issue, if that makes sense. Because to me, that seems like the only way I could possibly do that without sort of like panicking. You work better under a bit of pressure? Gotcha. That's fair. I actually don't know what I'm painting right now. I know I'm making shapes, but they don't look like anything. I'm making shapes that just are nothing. That's okay. Without the pressure, I just never do anything. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I think having some pressure is good. I just wonder if there's a way to, like, combine those two things, right? Like, give yourself some pressure, but also still have a buffer so that you can... Because otherwise, like, inevitably there's going to be a week, right? Where, like, you miss an issue, or I don't know how often you know, a month that you miss an issue. I don't know how long it's going to be, right? Or what your time schedule plans to be. But, like, inevitably there's going to be, right? Maybe not inevitably. Maybe you'll, you know, it'll be perfect and nothing will go wrong. But I feel like inevitably those things do go wrong. And then it sort of, like... I don't know, then it feels bad, and then it's like you're even less likely to continue it. I don't know, that's been my experience with projects like that. Is where, like, you want to do something, and then once it fails, you feel like you failed, and then that feeling of failure is enough to, like, okay, well, I failed. Like, time to move on, you know, next thing. Instead of, like, allowing yourself that grace of not doing, I don't know. Maybe you won't have that problem. Maybe I'm just projecting. I'm just assuming you're going to have all the issues that I think I would have with something like that. Yeah, I know that feeling very well. Okay, so it's not just me then. Because, like, even... Oh, gosh, speaking of being behind, I haven't posted on social media in so long. I have tons of things I could post, but I haven't made a post. I'm way behind on that. Not that it matters, but, like... It is funny. What am I doing here? I don't know. I don't know what this one is. It doesn't look good, but that's fine. This is just the sketch. This is the sketch where I'm not worrying about anything. I probably will, but tend to just not worry about those problems until they happen. Fair. Fair enough. Trying to think how I want to do this. And then here we can get some deeper shadows. What are you making today? Theme or strategy? More top-down stuff. This is from last stream, but more top-down paintings. I just want to get my brain doing some top-down things that feel, you know, I don't know, just more top-down stuff. The eye line off the page in all of them. Some of them might be way far up into infinity, or others might be slightly off the page or something, but just, yeah. Top-down stuff. Otherwise, no strategy, just having fun. That's the main focus. Have fun. Try to do something that I'm a little bit unfamiliar with, which is top-down stuff, kind of. Or like this angle. Also, I'm not really sure what's happening here with this scene. Not completely top-down, right? I don't want to do, like, straight down. I could, but that's just too reminiscent of, like, you know, like, schematic-type drawings, which I'm not really going for. And also, I'm trying to use painting as opposed to lines. I have nothing against lines, but so much of my understanding of how to paint a tree, you know, is going to be, like, this, and like, okay, here's a tree, you know. Actually, let's do that the other way, right? So we'll go like, you know, here's a tree from above, and like here's a bush, or you know, here's a shrub, you know, maybe, and basically drawing everything from above, right? And maybe if we want, we could go like that or something, right? There's different ways of doing things, but anyway, like like so much of drawing from above for me is just these simple, um, yeah, I don't know what you call that, but I don't want to do that, right? I want to do primarily painting, which means figuring out how to paint things in a different way than I normally would with lines, because lines do a lot of heavy lifting. They're almost like shadows in a way, where like even if you have weaker shadows in your drawings, they kind of are these edges between shapes that make things very clear. I don't want to do that, right? I want to try to avoid it as much as possible and use more like graphical shapes and contrast. And so yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just experimenting a little bit, playing around with some top-down stuff. Again, not all the same perspective, but you know, eye line off the page somewhere to the top. Wait, do you call that upper class perspective? I didn't know that's a term. Let me Google it. Upper class perspective. It didn't autofill. Never. Google doesn't even know what that is. Are you making this up? Probably not, but. Oh, you were kidding. Okay, I was like, that's not a thing. Wait, what did you mean by that then? I don't know what you mean. I have no idea what you mean by that. I'm very confused. But yeah, no, that's just like a just very top-down plan view kind of thing. Like I'm okay with doing that, but the way in which I do it is going to be different. I don't want it to look like a technical drawing, you know? Bird's eye perspective. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like if you rotate the camera a little bit, right, depending on how you do it, you can still call it bird's eye perspective. I feel like bird's eye perspective is just a more vague term, whereas if you say something's in plan view, I feel like you're straight up looking directly down. There is no perspective whatsoever. It is simply the silhouettes of things from above, right? And everything is like, you could measure it, right? There is no perspective at all. Everything is just in scale relative to each other, and there's no, like, I think bird's eye view, to me, you can still have perspective. It can just be like this to me would be bird's eye view, but there's absolutely perspective. So an object back here might be a little smaller. Plan is orthogonal. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of what I think of. Like even this, right, has a little bit of perspective. We have some things kind of vanish towards here. It's not completely it's not completely isometric, right? Whereas if we just draw things, let's copy paste. Right, where I could stack these on top of each other forever. Yeah, isometric and axonometric. Yeah, isn't isometric like one of them is like 30 degrees on this side, the other is 45s. I think 45s is. I actually feel like the the way I was gonna say use the word nomenclature, the common way people talk about it, I think isn't it backwards? Like, isn't this axonometric, but people call it isometric because they don't know any better? Or maybe I'm wrong. One of them's like 30 degrees on the sides, and then the other is 45s. That's not a 45-degree angle. But anyway, I don't know exactly which is which, to be honest. All I know is there are two of them, and they are slightly different, but they're kind of the same in that there is no perspective. I just don't remember which is which. It's been a long time. I should know this. Orthographic is when it's basically flat? Yeah. But it doesn't really matter what it's called. Not really, not to me. Although I'm not really sure. It would be good to know exactly what you're doing, though. Otherwise, you're going to end up in a situation like me where I'm just painting these things, but I'm not really sure what the perspective's doing. And without knowing that, it's easy to sort of fall into an issue. I think what I'm doing is I'm actually adding a lot of perspective here. And so we will see a sky almost up here. But we're still pretty downward view looking. Thanks, Internet. Axonometric is broad term used for parallel projection, while isometric is specific type of axonometric projection where all three axes appear equally foreshortened. And the angles between them are equal. So 45s? What does that mean, though? All the angles between them are equal. Aren't they always? If both the angles are 30 degrees, isn't that also equal? And if both angles are 45 degrees, isn't that equal? I feel like 45 is more equal because that adds to 90, and then that means the angles between them. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. I'm very confused. I don't actually know what that means. I feel like, Raytriana, I read that and I still don't know which one is which. Is this like a square is a rectangle, but not all rectangles are squares sort of deals? Is it saying that all isometric drawings are axonometric, but not all axonometric drawings are isometric? Is that what they're saying? That's kind of what I'm getting from that. Which is fair, I guess. Although I always thought of axonometric as like also very specific. I think I was taught that it was 30 degrees on the sides. It was more like a flattened, because like when I see like ISO drawings, I always thought it was like 45-degree angles, things you see in like a lot of like top-down video games, right? And then I thought like the flattened out version was, but maybe there's just any drawing like that without perspective is an axonometric. All right, I'm not Googling. I'm clicking your link. Let's go to Wiki and see. Oh, hold on. Okay, what does Wikipedia have to say? Isometric projection. Okay. Equal. No. Okay, this is 30 degrees. So 30, yeah, see? 30 degrees. I knew something like that. Okay, so that's isometric. An isometric can be oriented in 3D scene. I didn't know you could rotate that. How does that work, actually? I guess that would make sense. I actually didn't know you could do that. Like, I kind of did. So if you were to take this and paste it, hold on. Let me try something. So if you were to take this and were to... I'm just going to draw on top of it here. Actually, hold on. We're going to make it way smaller first. And then I'm going to draw on top of it. And then I'm going to copy it. Yeah. So, like, that's kind of an interesting way to do it. So you still have, like, a short side, and you have a long... I actually like that view, right? So it's not in perspective. Everything is just lining up, right? If you want to move it backwards, you can, right? You could line it up like this. You could build something, right? These could go away, right? And you would be building a tower out of blocks. They're just blocks that are slightly rotated. Or, yeah, or they're shorter on one side than the other. I like that. They don't have to be equal in that way. That's cool. It never really occurred to me to do drawings like that. Not really. Like, I always just thought, oh, of course you would make them even or equal and show both equal sides. Hold on, let me... What's it doing? Oh, isometric. Oh, I've never heard that word. Hold on. Oh, I know I did. Okay. Let's see. Isometric, axonometric, axonometric. Okay, I see. So anything that isn't the 30 degrees is... Okay. So isometric is very specifically with those 30 degrees. Axonometric is any other number of things, whether it's 60-30, 40-40, 45-45. And then oblique is distance measured along the oblique lines are half size. I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. So if you're doing it in scale, you're just measuring that up. That's weird. I feel like that's not... I mean, it's not super relevant to what I'm doing. But yeah, that makes sense. In many cases, they use only students. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm familiar with, right? So like, I've always called this isometric and this axonometric, which axonometric looks weird because it's like more steep, right? It's like a weirder, steeper view. This one just looks better, I think. It just looks way more appealing. But this is like when people say isometric, this is what I always think they're talking about. Specifically this. When technically, no, that they're correct. That is right. Whereas axonometric is any number of these other ones. All count. I don't know. Interesting. Okay. Well, good that we're all on the same page now. We're all on the same page with our terminology. Let the committee adjourn, exactly. Hold on. This needs to be flat here, and then it goes up. So this is a very beep boopy song. Very 8-bit. Or maybe it's not actually 8-bit, but it sure sounds like it. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so here's a little walkway. We've got some shrubberies. I don't know, kind of a scene. A nice little area. Drawing big blobby shapes. Maybe this goes off the side. It could go like that. Another one up here, maybe. And then this tree goes in front. And then we have more trees up here. And some back here. Don't really know what this is, like why. It's just a place. Just a place with some stuff. Maybe there's like a building here. And again, I'm kind of pushing, as I'm painting this, I'm sort of flattening out the perspective on accident. But that's okay. It started very top down and now it's not as much top down. I mean, it still is. So yeah, let's add like a dark roof. Another one maybe? Kind of a weird angle. I'm very tempted to see. Now yeah, okay, but now we're getting very, very tiny and flat. I don't like that. That one feels very much like a level design. Yeah, maybe. That's good, I guess. I think that's good. I could be doing more, like, you know, line. Again, this is where lines just make this kind of drawing so much easier because it's, right? Like, because this perspective, like, how do you show these shadows without, like, crazy amounts of painting, right? Whereas if I can just put them in with a single line, that's so much easier. And so, like, I know why it's always done that way, but when you're trying to paint something in, like, a certain way, or you want it to look a certain way, and you don't want those lines there, it just takes, it can feel like it can take so much more time. But yeah, it could be a little bit of a level design. Or just an environment. Just a place. It doesn't have to be a level. Very, very loose and not accurate. And little bushes and shrubberies. Maybe there's like a porch or something up here. Something like that. Little place, little balcony area, and of course we need that shadow underneath. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring in the light on this side. I'm gonna go a little lighter. Let's try a layer mode. I don't do a lot of layer modes like this. What about a soft light? little bit on the landings. There, something like that. And then down here we can start putting the shadows. And then down here where the pink is, we can go crazy with the pink because that's going to be in light. And then down here we'll go deeper blue. Or greenish, I guess. There. And obviously we could draw these buildings, right, as building like as we want. You know, we could go crazy with this. Also, there's going to be some shadows on these sides now. So I'm painting the shadows directly into the light. But yeah, no, I like this one. This one's kind of cozy. Trying to add some sort of a, you know, focal point with the light. It's very, very blobby, but, you know, kind of looking down, looking over. I feel like there needs to be something back here more, though. Like because we're getting a little flat with our values. So what if I brighten this up a bit? This is way too green. It's like a weird green, but hold on. That's not good. I mean, I know we did hard light, but this is just a lot. Something like that's not bad. Kind of cozy. Trying to figure out what the lighting in the background. Do I want it super bright? I think that's not too terrible. But yeah, also, if anybody's doing anything right now and wants to share what they're working on, I'd love to see. I know Vegas shared his comic earlier. Do your thumbnails have a certain aspect ratio, or did you just eyeball it? So they're 4x5, or no, 4x6. They should be. These might not be. I don't actually know if these are. They used to be 4x6, but I've been doing this for so long. I don't know if they still are. And they were 4x6 because I get prints, right? And so I wanted to have them fit on a print. But I don't. Whoops. But I don't know if these are still. So yeah, these should be 4x6 ratio. We can test it. Let's just draw a segment of some random length. Nope, hold on. A random length segment. Why isn't that making a mark? Deselect. We'll go like this. Okay, random length segment. Copy. 1. Oh, hold on. Let's get rid of that dot. Okay. 1. I know there's an easier way to do this. 2. 3, 4, 5. Actually, we'll do this. We'll take these 4. Nope. We can't do that. 6. Here. I know this is the worst way of doing this ever, but you know what? I don't care. Copy, paste. This is 4 and 6. And now roughly vertical. Uh-oh. That's not right. There. Okay. Now we can delete that. We can take this. Is it looking? It's looking pretty same dimensions. That was the worst way to do it. But you know what? We got there in the end. Yeah, they're 4x6. It's 4x6 when I scale it up. It's the same. So that is indeed the ratio. That was the worst. Don't ever do it that way. There's better ways to do it. I think the way I did it was by setting my, because I don't think Clip Studio has like a field you can type in to like set the a length or whatever. I think the way I did it was here. Let me merge all of these things. Let me just merge all my images right now. I think the way I did it, I'm saving first so I don't mess it up, is by, here, I'll do it on this screen, is I cropped my scene. Here, I'll put it on this image. I cropped my scene to whatever ratio I want. So like I just divided by 10 or multiplied by 10. So I did like 400 by 500. So I'd go like 400 or by 600, right? And I'm like, oh wait, no, that's horizontal. So let's do vertical, right? And then I make sure everything looks good. That's my rough aspect ratio. And then I just draw here on a new layer, right? I just literally draw along the edge of the painting. And then I crop it back out. And now I have my thing, right? So now I have this, which is locked at a 400 by 600 pixels. But then I can, because I'm stretching it and I'm keeping it consistent, this will stay the same aspect ratio. So as long as I know my canvas at one point was 4x6, because here's the thing, a lot of times when I'm painting, my thumbnail page will end up being like this wide, right? But I'll still have my thumbnails page, you know, I'll have these little squares in here. But because I outlined when it was 4x6, that's kind of how I got it. That's the easiest way I know of. It's very quick. And of course, you know, going to a background layer. And so now if I need more squares, I can just copy paste, you know, stuff like that. Make more of them. So yeah, that's how I did it, I think, the first time. There might be an easier way. Yeah, it is weird. It may have a feature. I'm just unaware of it. But that's an easy workaround. I think that, I will say, the nice thing about, like, maybe just digital painting in general, but Clip Studio Paint in specific, is that, like, there are sometimes weird things like that you have to do, and being able to do it in multiple ways, like I just did it in 2, where I made a segment and I measure the segment by 4x6, right? Or where you set your pixels to 400 by 600 and measure that out, and then you blow it up or down. Did I choose a blue underpainting because sky color? No, because blue. I don't know. I pick a random color. Different days will have different colors, kinda. So look, if I just open up a painting from a different stream, like this one's orange probably. Oh, that's not. Hold on. Yeah, see, this has like an orangey color. And then if I go to another painting, I don't know. I'm picking one specifically where I can see the thumbnails behind them. A lot of them I can't. That one has gray. This one had green, right? These had green. So no, I don't pick it specifically for a reason. Sometimes I do. If I'm doing like sometimes it's just because I'm starting in color. I think the real reason I do it is because I'm starting in color and I like some color in there already. So it needs to be a color. And then the specific color is sometimes just because I like to, it mixes it up. So like if I'm blending colors, you know, this orange might seep through, I'll have some blue. And it's just, over time it adds variety. It's a way for, and I make a lot of color associations when I'm painting. So if I don't know what I'm going to paint and I start with blue, maybe I'm more likely to paint things that I associate with blue, like skies or shadows or underwater scenes, right? Whereas if I start with hot pink, I might do something different. Maybe I'm painting a bunch of balloons and a party and, you know, stuff with pink in it, flowers, right? And so sometimes I like to start with a random color so that as I'm working, I'm making slightly different associations from one day to the next because the colors are ever so slightly different. So it's like, it's for me, it helps me sort of come up with ideas and not feel like it's too stale, if that makes sense. Sometimes you just get interested. It's just sort of an experiment. You sort of get different colors mixed into your painting. I don't know. It's most of the time it doesn't matter because you're just going to cover it up anyway. And maybe I'll start like this and there will be no blue poking through, but maybe it will. A lot of people like to have, you know, I think in general, a warm underpainting tends to work best. And I say this tends to, obviously it depends on what you're doing. But a warm underpainting is nice because warmth just feels nice. Like if you have like a cold underpainting, it can feel kind of cold and it can feel sort of dark and gloomy even if you don't want it to. But I think having warmth poke through, even when you're painting like a scene primarily in the shadow, it can just make it feel nice to have a little bit of warmth in there. And a lot of times shadows, especially if you're not painting skylight, they will gravitate towards warm. Like if you remove any sort of light coming down from above, the light left is going to be probably bounce light from the sun, you know, bouncing off of things. And so, because that's like a really strong light source. And so you do get that warm light bouncing around, and it tends to be light if you have any light at all in those shadows. So it's, so yeah, I that's why I do it. It's not like a big thing. It makes like it almost doesn't matter. I could just as well start with gray. Fantoni, hello. Oh my, thank you so much. Today I learned that cold colors feel cold and warm colors feel warm. Jokes aside, your art is great. Yeah, I mean, well, it's one of those things where if you start with cool, right, and it pokes through, it like, even when you're painting something that you want to feel warm, sometimes you still want it to have a bit of cold poking through. Or sometimes when you paint something cold, like a shadow, right, that might be a blue shadow, it can still be nice to have some warmth poking through. But yeah, no, but yeah, that's kind of the reason I start with blue in the background today. It's just for fun, basically. I don't think it makes a big difference. Or should I say your art is so warm? Thank you. Well, thank you for the kind words, Fantoni. Hope you're doing well today. How are you? How's the day? Okay, what am I painting now? I don't know. Something top-down. Maybe more Maybe we'll do maybe we'll do a very warm scene. So I'm gonna cover up the canvas with some warmth. Also, I think for me, a lot of it also depends on things like glow dodge or overlay. If I'm using layer modes, sometimes that layer that you're painting on top changes a lot, right? So if I'm painting on top of like a warm on top of a cool, it's going to push it towards white. If I'm painting a warm on a warm, it's going to push it towards the color that I'm picking, right? So like I have a orange here, it's going to push it towards orange because that's it kind of goes around the color wheel, kind of like Marco. If you've ever watched a Marco Bucci video, you know what I mean. But like it's trying to go through the center of the color wheel, which is like a gray or a white, basically a gray. So if you think of like the color wheel as your normal color wheel with color on the outside, right? Just imagine all the colors up here in there doing all the things that colors do, right, along the color wheel. But in the middle, you can imagine them all blend to each other towards gray, right? So you have gray going outward, you know, that green goes here. You get your teal over here, right? It blends towards gray. Everything blends towards gray in the middle, right? If you think of a color wheel like this, where everything is the most vibrant, and then it blends to gray, you can... The path... Sorry, this is not a good color wheel. I should have just Googled one. But you can kind of imagine that, like, if you wanted a color to go from this purple to this greenish color, right? The path it's not going straight through gray, but it is getting close, right? It's kind of going around it. There's almost like a, you know, I think Marco Bucci says like a black hole in the middle, right? It's like a gravity well kind of thing where like it tries to go around, but it kind of gets sucked into the middle, right? Or if you go from blue to yellow, it's not gonna go straight through the middle through gray, but it's gonna get close. And what that means for color wise is that if you're adding like glow dodge or color dodge to a color that is opposite of what you want to add it to, it's gonna get very desaturated. It's gonna get near white, near gray, right? So the difference between like a red background and a blue background, but with the same color dodge, is very different, right? So that can play a factor in my color choices in the background a little bit. I don't know. I just kind of do it based on vibe. It's a lot of, feeling, and I know that, like, I just know from experience that, oh, if I'm going to paint nighttime scenes, maybe I want one type of thing, you know, or if I'm going to paint daytime scenes, it works to do another thing. Also, painting top-down scenes is weird. What do I want to paint? If anyone has any suggestions, feel free to suggest. Uh-oh, I've dropped a frame or two. Also, let's close some of the other people's art on the screen just to clear up my browser a bit. I don't need so many tabs open. Hi, Zexoy. Hello, how are you? I saw one of your thumbnails a long time ago, and I'm curious to see how the finished product will look. I never finished it. I never finished that one. I definitely never finished that one. I would have remembered. But yeah, no, I don't know either. Most of my thumbnails will never be worked on again. So yeah, and most of the time, even when I do work on them, I don't actually finish them. I just paint on them for a day and then call it finished. Yeah, that's kind of the, I guess you could say, the sad thing about the way that I typically paint. But I don't think it's that. I don't think of it as sad. To me, it's more... I don't know. I mean, I think it's very much embodying the process over outcome thing. Where, like, I'm not... It is... But there are a lot of thumbnails that I do that will never be finished, right? Most of them. 99% of them, probably. That's probably not the right number. Whatever one of, let's say, 9... No, even that. It's probably like 1 of 20. Because I don't actually finish paintings that often. And I do a lot of thumbnails. Probably even lower than that. I don't know. It's a very low percent. Like 95% of my paintings do not get finished. Or more. Probably even more. I mean, I could probably do the math, actually. I could take all of my thumbnails, figure out how many I've made, and then go through and figure out all the finished paintings that I've made and just divide and give you a number. But yeah, it's got to be something like a tiny... in the single-digit percentage of paintings, of thumbnails that actually get finished. But it doesn't bother me. I don't know. It might bother viewers to be like, oh, you know, you start so many things and you never finish them. I don't know. It doesn't bother me at all. Because most of it's just for fun, and yeah. If there's one way, for anyone new here, if there's one way to summarize me, I feel like it's that art can be fun. Anyone can learn to paint. And also, there's nothing wrong with having art as a hobby and not a career. Although, obviously, if you want to make it a career and you can do that, that's great. But, you know, like, I think sort of it's okay to just paint and have fun painting and not have to always be working on a thing to, like, I gotta level up, I've gotta get good, you know. Although I do believe in getting good, but you don't have to. Not everybody, you know, needs to have that as, like, their personal philosophy. Just get good, bro. But yeah, that's how I would summarize myself when it comes to art. I'm just drawing some blocks. Very isometric view here. Since we were talking about isometric view. Maybe it's not very isometric. It's a bit isometric. Actually, it's not, because this size is smaller than this size. Maybe these are planks. And it's like a boardwalk. A rickety old boardwalk. Something like that. That could work. And then, of course, we get some dark colors down below in the shadows. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Zexoy. But yeah, I am curious what that painting would look like. We could probably bring it back. Is it also... I mean, it's kind of downward view. I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to bring it back. Also, I don't think I like what I'm doing here. Let's not do the walkway. Let's do something else. Maybe we do... Actually, I kind of have an idea. I think. I have an idea. Like an arena or something. What if we did like this? So this is just a flat square, but then down below we have like the depths. Not the depths, but you know, just like a... Maybe we're like on top of a building, and then we can see down below? I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. So these could be tiles. So then down here would be like the other buildings or something. I don't know, something like that. Maybe? It just sparked curiosity about how it would turn out. I don't
really understand much English. I can barely understand. Sorry about that. Oh, no worries. I guess I'll try to type it. Maybe that'll help. Let's see. Oh, I spelled that wrong. I never finished it. It was just a sketch, and most of them never get finished, unfortunately. That's how you type, unfortunately, I think. So yeah, it never got finished. It stayed as a sketch. Most of these don't. But yeah, let's add like a like that. A little bit top down. Maybe these have a pattern, you know? Maybe there's like a maybe actually maybe the pattern doesn't go that way. Maybe they go this way. That'd be kind of fun to do a pattern that's different than the isometric view. Or axonometric, technically, because I'm just making it up and it's not exactly... When you don't know it's axonometric, that's what we learned today. If you don't know what to call it, it's probably axonometric, because that seems to be a wider range. Oh, I see, and aren't you curious how it would turn out? Sorry for being so insistent, it's just that I can't imagine what you do with that sketch. Yeah, I'm curious how it would turn... I mean, kind of. I don't know. I mean, most of my sketches never turn into anything. So, I mean, I'm kind of curious how all of them would turn out, you know? But at the same time, not that curious enough to figure it out. I mean, we have a lot of... You know, we have a lot of sketches. And if I just go pick one, you know, this one, I don't know how any of these turned out. Actually, I do that one. That one I think we worked on. But, like, I'm curious how this one would turn out. Or this one, right? There's a lot of cool sketches that I never worked on, which is, you know, I guess kind of sad, but not really. I mean, these I actually liked. You know what? I should slap these on Instagram or something. I actually like these sketches. Hold on, let me make a note. Sometimes I forget, and there's like sketches that I look back at. I'm like, oh, those were actually turned out really good. Let me just make a note called Instapost, and then I will write thumbnail batch 625. I like those. Anyway. But yeah, no, there's a lot of them, right? I mean, we have so many sketches, right? Just oodles of sketches. Just tons of them, right? More here. Right? Here's a bunch. I like these too. Did we ever post those? I don't know. Those are 7. Actually, here, as I pull... Those were 720. No, 716. Right? So yeah, we just have tons of them. I mean, just so many. What else? You know, what's this one? 7, 8. Oh, these were recent. Hold on. These weren't recent. These were different. Oh, here's some top-down ones. That's a top-down one. I actually really like this one, too. This is a good top-down view. We'll copy that one for today. We'll stick that in there. But yeah, we just have a lot of sketches. I mean, honestly, yeah, we just do a lot of sketching. It's fun though. I love playing with color and lighting, you know, trying to get like maybe a different light source or a sense of lighting on here. Playing around with different colors and moods. You never really know what you're gonna end up with. I mean, not really. You can, right? You can obviously plan it. But yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot that don't ever get finished. I think that would bother some people. It probably does bother it probably bothers some people when they see my stuff never get finished. But I think anyone who does a lot of finished work probably also has a lot of unfinished work, is my hunch. Those sketches are incredible too. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the nice words. I like them. I do. I enjoy sketching much more than I do finishing paintings. If you can't tell, I like the sketching process. I like the ideas. I like coming up with ideas. I like figuring. I like the problem solving that I sort of invent for myself. And when I say problem solving, I do mean like invented problems. Like I have a goal and I have to figure out how to achieve the goal. I listened to a podcast with a gosh, what is this? Let me Google it. So it was an interview with I actually don't know. I would need to grab my phone. But anyway, the interview was with a cartoonist who does the Australian. He was like does an Australian comic, or he did it for a long time. I don't know his name, unfortunately. But hold on, let me just. I should be able to just Google this. Let me just look it up. Because I want to know the artist's name. I don't know. Where is it? Where is it? I could just grab my phone. I don't know. I'm not sure. It was on my recently listened to podcast. Not Tim McBurney. I don't know. I don't know who. Anyway, but I forgot what I was saying. Oh gosh, what was I saying? What was I? Sorry, I forgot why I brought this up. I had a point I was gonna make. Let's see. I was talking about not finishing things. I don't think that was the point. Drawing lots of things. Gosh, I don't even know why I brought it up. But anyway, there was Yeah, I was talking about not finishing stuff, but I don't remember what point I was trying to make and how that relates. But there was an interesting interview with this guy that I was just listening to. Maybe if I start rambling, I'll remember. But he was talking about something relevant to that. Let's see, I was talking about this painting and not finishing things and gosh, I can't remember. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. That was the worst tangent I've ever had because it went nowhere and I didn't even know what I was talking about. Anyway. Now I'm that's gonna bum me out. That's gonna annoy me so much. That's gonna annoy me. I had a point, but if I would have, gosh. Oof. Oh yeah, I was saying, maybe I don't remember, but I was saying stuff about liking design. He doesn't. Yeah, I was talking about stuff about design, and I like that early stage process. Let's see. But yeah, that's the stuff that I really like. He doesn't finish drawings and he doesn't finish the topics he's talking about. It's true. It's true. I don't, Fantoni. That's a perfect way to summarize it. I don't finish the... Yep. Exactly. No, they're finished for me. I mean, it's funny, right? What does that even mean? I don't finish a drawing? Like, I finish them. They're finished for me. But no, they obviously aren't finished, like, in the sense that... traditional sense of finished. Jay still not finished anything? Yeah. No, I mean, it's funny though, right? Because in art, when you're doing it for yourself, it really is about, like, you get to set that rule, right? You get to decide when they're finished. Which I know is not satisfying to a lot of people, because to them, it's like, well, it's clear you could have done more. Which is true. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I don't know why. It just... And again, I want to chalk it up to, like, me genuinely embodying the process over outcome thing. Like, it really is. I know it's weird because, like, I almost don't even believe it when I say it, because, like, of course everybody says it, right? Process over outcome. But I think I pretty much, like, that it really is what I paint for. I don't know. That's not to say that that outcome isn't ever important, right? Obviously, if you're making something, you care about the outcome. Also, what am I doing here? Let's add some color to this otherwise only red painting. Like some blue. And maybe there's some bright yellow cutting across the scene. And that's going to be our focal point. Yeah, I mean, I am talking about process versus outcome, but it's sort of it's tricky because I think a lot of times when people talk about it, they're still like some of the most prolific. I mean, there's this thing that I frequently will mention, which is sort of I just call it like an irony, or it's like a counterintuitive thing where, like, if you want to make the best painting you can, the way you do that is to focus on the process, and then what comes of it will you know, it's sort of like if you're solving a math problem and you want the right answer, you don't focus on just getting the answer, you focus on making sure that every step of the way is done correctly, right? And so that when you do get an answer, it's actually the right answer, right? And that's kind of what I'm, you know, I don't really care what the answer is. Not really. I mean, in some ways, it's more that it's a good answer because I did the right steps. I don't actually care if, you know, I'm not dead set on the answer conforming to my beliefs or conforming to my expectations. Like, on some level, if I'm just painting the best I can paint or focusing on the process, right? But in this case, it's also just focusing on like enjoying it. That's part of it, is like I want to paint and explore ideas. I don't really care what the ideas are sometimes. Sometimes I do. Or maybe the idea is important, but like, you know, whether or not it turns into something big or small or nothing at all, it doesn't really matter. Because I'm exploring the idea, I'm having fun, I'm painting, I'm streaming, I enjoy that. That's part of that process. So I think that's a big part of it for me. But I sometimes feel that, like, when people say process over outcome, there's sort of like it's a way of like comforting themselves or other people, of like, oh, to, you know, like, how do you not get so upset when a painting does well? Oh, just have fun doing it. You know, then it doesn't matter if the painting doesn't turn out. That feels like a coping, you know, that just feels like people coping. But I don't, like, I still say the same thing, but it's not a cope for me. Like, I do genuinely, maybe it is a little bit, but I do genuinely like sketching out thumbnails. I genuinely enjoy coming up with ideas and trying stuff, and, you know, like, I like that stage. And I also think it does lead to the better work, right? Like, I do think there's that bit of irony there where, like, if you want to make the best product, focus on making each step of the way, or not each step, but, like, again, you focus on the process, not the outcome. And it will lead to the best work. Right? It reminds, oh, maybe I do remember what I was going to say with the podcast or with the interview with this comic artist. So he was saying how for years he was like the lead of this major Australian comic strip, and he was, like, you know, it was syndicated all over the world. It was like this big thing. It's very much like, it was a very big comic and a very big thing, and he did it for like 20 years. And then afterwards, he was describing, like, because he had quit and he started doing his own thing. And when he first started, he was describing how, like, it was hard to kind of do his own thing, because for 20 years he was not doing his own thing, right? He was speaking in like a different voice. And it just so happens that, like, at least according to him, that, like, when he finally sort of allowed himself to just, like, not worry about what other people are thinking and just focus on the process. I don't know if this is where I was originally going with this, but he originally allowed himself to focus on making the thing he wanted to make and not really worried about if it performed well or how other people thought of it. He didn't really care about the outcome. He just wanted to say the thing he wanted to say in the best way he could say it, right? And then he's like, oh, but it also coincidentally became his most popular, right? Because it resonates more with people. And that's kind of that irony that I'm talking about, where, like, if you just stop worrying about if it resonates with people, it probably will, because it'll resonate with you. And if you make it good for that, like, I don't think people are so special of snowflakes that, like, if you draw something for yourself, but also you need to have standards for yourself, right? Like, you know, you have to care about learning and improving or whatever, right? Like, you have to do the technical stuff well enough to where it communicates it, but I don't know. I think maybe that's where I was going with it. How not to create your magnum opus. Plan on creating your magnum opus. Exactly. I mean, seriously, I think that pretty much nails it. If you, I don't think most people set out. I mean, maybe they did back in the day. Like, I think the term master. Oh, Azel Ruthven, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I think back in the day, like, isn't that where the term masterpiece came from? People, it was like you know, to graduate, to show, like, yeah, maybe it was to do with schooling, but, like, back in the day when you had, like, apprenticeships and all that, and you sort of worked under someone, it was your education. At some point you had to create, like, a masterpiece, and that was like your, you know, your senior thesis, or kind of, I think. And so in some sense, I think it's fine to do, like, a big giant project knowing that it's a big project. But I think calling it your magnum opus or your greatest work, like, no one sets out to create their greatest work. You don't know, right? You maybe only in hindsight can you be like, this is the best thing I've ever done yet. you know, but like you don't know if the next thing you're gonna do is better. But Azel, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. But back then they didn't have the quantity over quality mentality in the sense of producing. I mean, they kind of did. They still had tons of sketches. A lot of them did have that. I mean, not in terms of producing like as an output, but again, neither do I, right? Like, how much am I actually producing in the sense of like putting out finished work? If they plan on creating their best work, it took them forever versus nowadays. People get frustrated. They don't create insane work in 30 minutes because someone on YouTube told them that this trick will make you better in 10 minutes. I mean, I think the best artists today are doing the similar thing as back then. You know, they do spend a long time on one piece. They do a lot of planning and sketching and ideating, and a lot of designing a lot of work goes into it. And yeah, it is tricky. I do think a lot of times you see that on YouTube where it's like a 30-minute time-lapse video and you don't really know how much work went in behind the scenes. You don't know how long that time-lapse actually was. So, I mean, I certainly think people can be misled, but let's not act like this is a modern problem either. People literally equated drawing to some God-given talent and, you know, bestowed upon you from the stars, and like, you know, people have always talked about drawing as if it's this super nebulous thing, and some people are artists and some people aren't, and like it's shrouded in mystery, and it's almost like a magician never revealing their secrets kind of thing, and it makes it always sort of had this like thing about it where there's a lot of like misdirection, a little bit of like, you know, oh, you just paint with your feelings and it just comes to me. It's like, no, it does. Like, not really. Like, you have a way of working and it's teachable and you can do it, and you learned from people better than you, and like, you know, let's not pretend that it's this unknowable thing. And that's been a thing for a long time in the arts. I mean, it still is a little bit today. But I would argue today there's a lot more upfrontness about art and art making and how to do it. And it's not as sort of like this weird elite thing where like people who can paint well are put on a pedestal. Like, not really. It's just like a dude with some skills, you know? Like, I don't know. I feel like today it's better in that there's less misinformation around art. Now, obviously I would say a lot of the misinformation around art comes from people's brains jumping to conclusions that just aren't true, right? Someone can say something like, you know, talking about painting intuitively, and they interpret that as meaning that they could always do that. Well, that doesn't follow. Like, maybe they just learned to paint intuitively recently and it was a new thing. It doesn't mean they always could just paint without thinking, right? But people will interpret things wrongly, and I think that happens a lot. You know, you watch a 20-minute time-lapse video and go away thinking the person made it in 20 minutes. That's not a conclusion you can draw from that. You did, but that's not the accurate conclusion, right? That's you making bad assumptions. Not you specifically, but like us, right? I think we all do it. And I think a lot of the misinformation around art nowadays isn't from people hiding things and hiding their process and hiding their sketches. It's just you don't see them that often, and so you assume that they're not there. Whereas I think back in the day, people actively hid their sketches. They didn't show you the messy stuff. They wanted to present this finished piece to the world like it was, you know, all imagined from the start. But it turns out that they're, you know, the greats of the past have thousands and thousands of sketchbooks, and they, so much art, but a lot of it was just never shown because they didn't want to, for similar reasons today. A lot of people don't like showing their sketches. They don't like showing their process because it makes them feel inferior, because it's not this perfect finished work that they want to present to the world, right? Like, I don't think that's any different. But I do think today it's very easy to jump to conclusions when you see so much finished work and so little process. But I think people do talk about it more. Like, I don't think there's such a weird taboo around like artists. I mean, constantly talking about, doing lots of sketches, making lots of things, making lots of bad work. You can find countless interviews with literally the greats of any field, where they talk about all their failures and struggles and sort of like how most of their life is just basically floundering until they finally get those few successes, right? You have the greatest speedrunners in video games would be an example, where like you can log into Twitch on any, go to Twitch on any speedrunning channel, and 99% of their attempts are failures. And yet, yes, they do only post their successes to YouTube, but like, you can see them just putting in the work. It's so front and center. And you don't look at that and be like, oh, this guy is so naturally gifted at video games. Like, no, we can see that they're putting in the time. And the same is true of art or anything, So, yeah. Well, there's craft and then there's art. What do you mean by that? I mean, yeah, sure, craft and art. I don't know what the difference is, but I mean, I would argue craft is like the process of the art, right? And doing it in a way that is rigorous to sort of, like careful construction or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure what that means. Hypothetically speaking, if social media wasn't a thing, suddenly there would be like 10 artists left in the world. Yeah, definitely don't agree with that. But yeah, I do get the point. Someone asked me recently why I don't do art anymore, and I was like, what? And they said that I haven't posted my art in the past 2 years. Like, yeah, well, I delete all the apps on my phone, but I'm creating the best art I've ever created in my life. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I feel like there's... I don't know. I mean, it's tricky, right? I feel like some ways in like navigating the art world in terms of like online is really just an exercise in like thinking critically, not jumping to conclusions. Don't, not comparing apples to oranges. Make sure you're making apples to apples comparisons. Don't judge your art based on someone else's when you don't know how much time or effort, how long they've been doing it, or what their mentorship looked like, or what their education was, or you don't know any of these things. You don't know if they're doing it as a side gig or as their main thing. You don't know any of this stuff about them, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna compare my art to theirs. How? Right? That's like, how are you making that comparison? That is just a completely faulty logic, and our brains are leading us astray, and then we get depressed over our bad brains doing bad brain stuff, and it's like, yeah, of course it's gonna happen. I don't know. I think I'm pretty good about not getting too, like, making those bad comparisons. I feel like I've worked on it a lot. But it still happens, I'm sure. A little bit. But I think learning tricks to kind of remind yourself that you are susceptible to that is important. Like, there will be times where I'll look at, like, I'll get a sneak peek of, like, my Twitch numbers or something, because I don't really look at viewers, and I'll be like, wow, numbers are way down since last year. Like, has my stream really fallen off the deep end like that? And then it's like, well, hold on, does it matter? And like, maybe not. And then I can kind of do that sort of backpedaling where I sort of have to take a step back, and I remind myself that it's not a reasonable thing or to worry about, and that if I want to worry about getting good at streaming, then I need to focus on making good streaming content and doing the right things to sort of, the right process, and then the outcome will follow, right? Same with art. If you want to make good art, focus on making good art. Don't worry about if people think it's good art, like, just make it. And it probably will turn out that then people also think it's good art, right? Like, so it's tricky, but at the same time,
you still occasionally will like get a glimpse of a bad number or a good number, and it sort of affects your mood. But you do have to kind of second guess yourself, or not second. You have to like check yourself, right, before you wreck yourself. um, you gotta like take a step back and make that reminder that, oh wait, this isn't a good comparison. This isn't a reasonable thing to conclude based on the numbers. You know, I think Instagram's a great example. There's so much behind the scenes with Instagram, and it's like, why, oh my gosh, my art must be terrible because my numbers are down. It's like, hold on, you don't know what makes those numbers go up. Like, it's all, none of it is you, really. Like, you could post a meme and it could blow up versus you could do something that you pour your life into and it could get nothing. Like, that has nothing to do with quality. It never has. It probably never will. It has to do with engagement and how long people stick on it. And unless that is your number one guiding principle of your art, then why are you worrying? Like, I just don't see it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to worry about engagement too much. Like, it feels like a very our brains leading us astray moment. That being said, what am I doing here? I don't actually know. Maybe there's a character up here. Just a little character, a blobby character. Maybe there's two blobby characters. And then they're gonna have light. There. That looks okay. Little house. Maybe there's a fire escape here. I don't know if they would have a fire escape on this type of building, but there we go. There's a little ladder going off the building. There's some stuff on the side. I don't know what it would be. Just some things. Oh, this one needs a window. Little window over here, drawing it in perspective. Or trying to. Maybe there's a top part up here, which we can cut in a little bit, so we can make this angle go in. Shape the silhouette a bit. We can do like another line up here. Maybe something like that. And then up here, to show the other silhouette. I don't know if that looks good. Maybe it doesn't at all. There. That's something. I think I just made it look worse. But I'm just trying to fix, or not fix, but change the silhouette a bit. Fiddle with it. Make things look, you know, make it look like there's some overhangs of like the awning here with the roof. You know, gotta put those things in there. If you picked a pencil for the first time today and you could be a mentor for your hypothetical non-artistic self, what would you tell them to start with? I mean, I think so. Let's say they could draw a box, and let's say they could draw a box and the basic knowledge, but did you have a point where it just clicked? So when you say they could draw a box, does that mean like they understand perspective well, or are you talking like
like an isometric view. Because I think so I actually learned how to draw basically isometric boxes, not again, or axonometric, and basically just boxes in a general form like this. I didn't understand perspective. Now, if you're saying they understand perspective well and they can rotate boxes and maintain the size and the ratio, they can stretch and they can take weird shapes, right? You can take a box and you can twist it. You can bend a shape or something and keep that shape bent. Or maybe you can add a twist to it, which I don't even know if I know how to do properly. Let's see. If I take this edge here, and then this edge will be here, right? Right, something like this, where you're adding like a twist. If you can do this stuff in perspective, right? If you can do that stuff in perspective, maybe the bit back edges here, then I don't think you're gonna have any problem. I think for a lot of people, there's sort of this sense that like, oh, I know how to draw a box, and therefore I know perspective, but like you don't, or someone might not, and then it sort of, you run into this roadblock. I think the biggest advice to myself would just be to have fun. I mean, it honestly, I think I did I like the path that I took, or that I'm taking. I'm still doing it. I'm painting the things that I want to paint, but I'm also not shying away from a challenge. I mean, I think for me personally, because of the way that I know that I already learned, so if I had to like teach myself over again, kind of, and like what would I do differently, there are probably some sort of like more rigorous line work technical stuff, like really detailed design work, using references, doing this line. I mean, I still haven't done a lot of this, but like really showing how things are built and construction wise. If this is a building, you really show where this part up here has like a thickness up here, right? And you're just really designing stuff and figuring out how everything is put together. That would be, as far as like career wise, that would be advice, but that's not for a beginner. Beginner advice would be have fun, draw the things you want to draw, but try to, I mean, again, it's basically the advice that I did, right? Which is like, I want to draw fan art of a video game that I play, and so I draw it. But in that fan art, because I had just learned, say, something about lighting, and maybe it's backlighting with subsurface scattering, I use subsurface scattering and a backlight in the art that I make, right? So I learn something, and then I apply it to the next thing that I want to draw. Doesn't matter what I want to draw, but they're kind of intertwined. So like, using subsurface scattering as an example, if I just learned what subsurface scattering is and I think it's awesome, I'm going to want to draw something with that, right? Like, it almost doesn't even matter what it was. It was like, I want to practice this thing, but I want to draw something fun, so maybe I do a self-portrait, but I backlight myself, right? Now I can have subsurface scattering on my ears or nostrils or whatever. Or maybe I wanted to draw a fantasy thing, so I drew a dragon with its wings up, and that light comes through the back of its wings and it glows it up red, and subsurface scattering. Like, I would just keep learning and keep applying the things you learn. And I don't know how to teach that, right? I don't know how to teach someone to be interested in trying new things. Not really. I think that's the hardest part, is like, how do you make someone interested in art? Because if they're not interested, they're never going to do that, right? They're just, maybe they'll find one thing they can draw all right, or they learn one thing and then they keep drawing it, but that's never going to get you better. Not really. So I don't know how you teach someone. I'm sure it's teachable, right? And I know it changes over time. It's not innate. Like, it's definitely a thing that you can learn to love, which is sort of that curiosity, or trying to learn new things and try new things and apply it. But I don't really know how you would like advise that. And I think for a lot of people, that's the trickiest part, is like, how do you embrace the suck, or how do you embrace the struggle and not feel dejected and demotivated? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to advise someone against that other than just keep drawing the stuff you want to draw and keep trying to learn. I think I heard someone on it wasn't actually a podcast, but it was the Level Up Google Talk sessions from like 10 years ago. I don't even know if podcasting was a thing. It was basically a podcast from 10 years ago. But there was an artist who said, when in doubt, get good. Just don't worry about all the, whether other people like it. Just keep trying to get better. Like, keep trying to learn new things. And eventually, if you're good enough at something, and I think that also came from like, was it Adam? What's his name? I gotta Google it so I'm not getting it wrong. Yeah, Adam Savage on Mythbusters. I think he basically at one point, like, if you are the best, maybe it was him. It might have been someone else. I might be misquoting it. But like, he basically said, if you're the best in the world at something, no, Adam Savage, the guy from Mythbusters who makes a lot of things, because he does movie props and a lot of things like that, and he worked in like film for a while and other things. But like, he said, like, if you're the best in the world at something, you can make a living off of it. And like, not that I need to be the best in the world at art. I certainly am not. Never will be. But like, I think that's an admirable goal, is just keep getting better, And like, at some point, if you want it to be a career, I maybe the advice I would give is like, don't make it be a career. Is just try to keep it a hobby and keep having fun and keep trying to improve. Like, really to focus on the process, right? Is you're just doing it for fun. But also try to keep improving, because then coincidentally, you will also lead to a career probably, because now you're the best at it, and like, or you're very good. But I think he equated to someone like, if you're the best at like, creating horseshoes or something, like, there's still a market there, right? Like, there's not as many as there used to be, but like, there will be a market for just about anything. Someone's gonna need, there's like if training bees is your thing, like, you can train bees, and there will be people in Hollywood who will pay you because they need trained bees. That is weird. That is out of the ordinary, and like, that's a thing people do, and there's people who probably do that as their hobby, and you can do it. And if that's your thing, you probably have some sort of, market for it. I don't know about a full career, but there's something, So yeah. What do you think I should improve in this landscape? Sorry for interrupting, and if someone could, please write down what Stiller says. I really appreciate it. I don't know if anyone's going to say that, or write down, oh, I like this. This is a nice landscape. I like it a lot. This is really good. It reads really well, and it's in black and white. Maybe I need a... Here, let me turn on the captions. Let me go to my Twitter dashboard and turn on captions. Not Twitter dashboard. What am I talking about? Twitch dashboard. Twitch dashboard, captioner. There we go. Hey, yo, how's it going? Rekriner, it's going very well. How are you? Okay, caption should be on. Sorry about that, Zexoy. Yeah, no, Zexoy, this looks really good. What do you think about I should improve in this landscape? I mean, I would just be curious. I mean, it's funny because the advice that I'm going to give is not really even advice I follow. So take that with a grain of salt. I'd love to know more about the story and design. Like, what is this place? What's going on? Like, here, this is Zexoy's art. It looks wonderful. Very nice art. I like it a lot. Yeah, I would love to know what is the story, if there is one, and like, maybe if there isn't a story, trying to come up with a story, and that way you can inject some of that. I think in terms of just visual art, I'd love to see, like, maybe some of these rocks, like this one being like the biggest rock is also the furthest back. I'd be interested to see like I mean, I guess you kind of have small, medium, large rocks hinted at. Yeah, but I don't know. I like it. I mean, you could always do like another layer in the back, you know, like a lighter layer of things to figure out what's in the back. Is it more trees? Is it more rocks? Like what's happening there? With just, you know, making some of these shapes a little bit more defined. You know, maybe a character in here for scale, like just a silhouette. This tree feels a little weird because it's the only one. So like maybe add more of this tree again, maybe in the background, so that there's like some repetition. That way you don't just have one object in the corner, because that kind of draws attention to itself. So I can show you. So like instead of just having one tree, right? Maybe you put a few back here as well. That way there's just, you know, whatever shape of tree you're gonna have. That way it feels like there's multiples. It's not just one of them, but you also have, you know, more. And then of course you still have your main structure, right? But just something, some duplicating of things. You know, the more the merrier. You want multiples. Yeah, I don't know. I like it. So I would say that, like don't just have a one-off random thing, right? Unless it's like your focal point. You know, get multiple trees. Here, I'll type it out. I would say so maybe add additional tree shapes in the background. And what else? What else did I say? I gotta look at it again. Oh, that's not the thing. Let's close this. And oh, a character silhouette for scale. I don't know how to spell silhouette. Typing is hard. How do you spell silhouette? I don't know how to spell silhouette. I gotta Google it. And it's not auto-correcting. Okay. Here we go. Add a character silhouette for scale, and also add and include some small storytelling details. What is this place? And yeah. There. I think those three things. So there's like the design thing, which is the storytelling elements, and then there's the sort of the technical, like compositional thing, which is the trees. Like, don't just have one tree, right? This is something that I've done so much in my art. It feels weird to even include it as like a thing to tell people about, because I still do it. But I'll do like the one tree that'll be up here, and nowhere else in the scene will there be trees. And it's like, well, why? Like, there should, if I'm gonna have a very particular looking tree, right? Like this, right? However I draw the tree, I should probably include some back here that kind of look similar, so that you know that like this is the environment in which these trees grow, right? And again, unless it's your focal point. So yeah, that's probably what I would say. Those three things. I don't know. There's probably more, but honestly, I really like it. I think you did a great job. You know, I thought, seeing as it was a value painting, I thought you might have some things with value to work on, but I don't think so. I think it looked great. Oh, awesome sketches and point of view. Thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to do some top-down scenes today. Just little doodles. Also, we're gonna paint one of these right now. So I'm gonna boot up a straw poll. Boot up a straw poll? What does that even mean? I'm gonna make a straw poll with 5 options. Yeah, oops, 5 options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll let you guys vote. Top 1 is very dynamic. Number 3. Hold on. No, let me put the straw poll up here so you guys can. There we go. That way you guys can vote. And if anybody's watching on YouTube, I'll also put that in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much, Tiller. I'll keep that in mind, and thank you for taking the time to write it. I'm sorry, but thank you so much. No worries. I don't mind typing out things. It also sometimes helps me solidify what my points are, just to write things out cohesively, because stream can be a bit of just rambling. Let me just make the canvas so you guys can see it properly. We'll go like that. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Uh-oh. Wait. Don't vote yet. Don't vote yet. Uh-oh. I hope no one's voted. There, now you can vote. I had the things all mixed up. I hope nobody got bamboozled by the voting. Somebody probably got number 5 equals number 6. Did we have 6? Uh-oh, we shouldn't have 6. No, we don't have 6. Number 5 is number 5. Sorry. Yeah, no, I goofed up. They are now correct. Number 5 is number 5 now. Number 6 is number 6. Or there is no number 6. Just 5 options. Yeah, no, there might be a slight delay. Hopefully I didn't confuse people. I'm going to vote for 3 and 5. I think. But yeah, we're doing some top-down scenes for today. They're a little difficult for me. I mostly do not top-down scenes. It's very rare that my eyeline is off the page. And in almost all of these, I think my eyeline's off the page. Except maybe 4. And 4 is not quite... And maybe arguably 3 is not off the page. But they're pretty close. 5 is definitely... 2 and 1 are definitely off the page. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. And thanks again for being here. We are currently voting, so if this is a great time to go grab some tea or drink or something, save your work. But Hut 6, hope you're well. Thanks for popping in. I gotta ask. I'm just gonna put you on the spot here since you're in here. What brought you into stream? Were you just browsing the browse section, or how did you find stream? I'm always curious how people find stream, because like I don't think Twitch does a good job at like recommending people, but maybe they do. I don't know. I'm always curious. Maybe it was a word of mouth. What is the vote usually for? Oh, so the vote, this is basically, okay, so the way my stream works is I start the first couple hours of stream by doing a bunch of sketches, which are these, and then we vote, and then whatever one wins the vote is what I work on till the end of stream. And so that's kind of the refined painting. So these are just sketches, and the next thing will be a little bit more refined. They still kind of are sketchy at the end because they don't get super polished or finished, but they're absolutely will be more refined. So more details, more refinement. You know, sometimes they aren't. These are all pretty okay in terms of composition and stuff, but sometimes there's some issues with composition, or you're not really sure what it is, and I have to figure those out. Or maybe it's a color. It's like in number 2, for example, needs a lot of value work. It's kind of not clear. If you sort of squint your eyes, you're not really sure what you're looking at. So a lot of those problems need to be addressed. So that's what I would do in that one. You know, number 5 and 3, I think, are pretty clear. Are you a concept artist or color scripter? Nope. I mean, I've done a bit of concept art work, but it's not my full-time job. I am not a color scripter, although it would be awesome. That would be a very cool job. I mean, I mostly do art. I kind of rambled about this a bit earlier on stream, but I sort of do art part-time, and I really like that it allows me to kind of keep that sort of just fun. I just kind of get to do what I want in art because of that. And so a lot of the work that I'm doing is kind of color scripting, kind of, sort of. But it's not for anything in particular. What's your full-time? I don't really have I have 2 part-time jobs. I do art part-time, and then I do like a low-skill nighttime job at like a grocery store, doing pricing stuff, which is uneventful, but it pays the bills enough to like have art supplement my income. So it's a part-time art, part-time other stuff. But I kind of like it. I mean, it's kind of nice. It's not a bad thing. You know, I think a lot of time people sort of want to make art a career so fast that they end up like sort of drowning in this sort of like treadmill of having to constantly seek out new, you know, gigs when one job ends, from freelance jumping around, and like the sort of this drowning feeling of like having to take whatever comes across your plate because you just need to make money at all, you know, because you can't pay your bills. So it's kind of nice to have the freedom to be able to just paint and have fun. So I don't really, I'm not too sad about that. Oh, number 3 won. Okay, we're gonna go with this one. Great. Hut says, so I clicked on an art stream I currently follow, and the bottom left there are 6 live channels, and yours was there. Awesome, thanks for explaining how it works. Fingers crossed you do 3. I am doing 3. It looks, number 3 gives me a little bit of like Japanese vibes, even though they don't look like Japanese buildings. It gives me that mood, you know? So maybe we'll turn it into that. But yeah, if you're hiring for color scripting, I would love it. Sign me up. And if you need like an art test, or if you do art tests, I'm happy to take it. Yeah. But no, I'm kind of joking, but not really. Okay, I'm actually surprised number 3 won though, honestly. That's okay. We'll go with it. So let's just do this. Let's just make it large. We'll just make a selection. Cut it out, and we're just gonna stretch the whole thing. That's a pretty low. That'll work. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. We'll make it a little bit bigger. There. That'll be a good size to paint on. So now the goal is, let's... we haven't had any references yet, so let's grab some references. Like Like some of those buildings with the wings, the winged building eaves. I don't really know what you call them, but you know, that stuff. I feel like we can totally make this like a Japanese type architecture. Or we can try. Japanese roof construction. How are the buildings constructed? I don't know, but we got some nice stuff here. I'm finding some references. Just different things. Whether it's that or this. They don't have to look like this. But really any of this. Could also go this route, which is... I'm trying to make sure I'm not grabbing AI, but I might accidentally. I'll have to be a little bit careful when I'm looking at it to make sure it's not. But yeah, basically just gonna try and make some stuff look have I seen South Korean style? Yeah, so actually I did a whole thing on, not really on stream, but I so there was a really cool video somewhere on YouTube. It's basically, it was an architectural like breakdown style guide kind of. It was sort of like a 3-part series. Like each video was like an hour and a half long, and it was like the difference sort of between Japanese, Korean, and Chinese architecture, because they all have like a similar inspired structure and like form, but sort of like the design philosophies between them. So like a lot of the same building practices, but they had a lot of the architecture has different sort of a philosophy. So like Korean architecture oftentimes is trying to like adhere to the landscape. So if you had, here, let me open up a new file to show you. So if you had like a hilly landscape, you know, hills, you got the idea. Korean architecture might sit like this, right? Where it's kind of, the form is sort of on the thing, right? You might have the roofs sort of, you know, you might have some silhouette breaking, but a lot of it is gonna be, you know, it's not trying to dominate the landscape. Whereas like Chinese architecture, you better believe it, they are like sort of, they want it to be seen over the silhouettes, right? They have these very imposing things. They're not trying to adhere to the landscape. So they're kind of like different styles, right? One is sort of trying to blend in, the other's kind of trying to make itself seen. I don't really know what Japanese is in terms of that, but there is basically this breakdown of these, of like different styles, what makes them different from each other, what their sort of strengths are, and like what they, you know, what led to the design. It was a really interesting series. I don't know what it was or where it is. I might have saved it at some point, but it was quite a few years ago. But yeah, no, it's very interesting, and I do like Korean architecture a lot. Architecture in general is pretty cool. But anyway, one of the things I just noticed is like almost all of these, right? You don't see a lot of there's the tiles basically going down on all sides. So whether it's this one or this, it's not, so you have an additional segment here, right? Almost always. You don't, it's not like a Western building where you just have a roof on one end, but you have these additional eaves going that way, which I think is nice. So just from the reference already, I'm like, oh, what if we, you know, add a little bit of this, you know, going this way. As interesting, like how when Buddhism spread, pagodas did too. Yeah, I heard a lot of the architectural stem from ancient China. If you find the video series, yeah, if I find it, I'll link it in my Discord. Under the references and resources section, which I don't think has a ton there yet right now, but I'll have to look through my YouTube saved stuff, because I do have a YouTube playlist called Architecture, I think, that I've saved various architecture things or videos. Okay, so let's do this. Let's make this a little bit whoopy. And then, you know what? We can actually bring this down here, I think. So this corner can go like this. This corner can end here and go like that. And this could be like a somewhat of a thatched roof. I still want to exaggerate the shapes a little bit. I don't want to go too crazy with like the winged things. This feels like the most interesting of the buildings in the scene. But yeah, something like that maybe. And then up here, again, I don't want to do like detailed stuff. This is not concept art or anything. I'm not gonna do like super detailed, you know, sketches of what all this is. I'm kind of just blocking things out still. I might do a little bit of detail, but I'm not gonna do crazy detail on this. Basically just trying to make the shapes look like the shapes that I want them to be. That's kind of what my goal is here. Is it a private playlist? It is right now. Yeah, right now it's a private playlist. But I'll go through it and look through it. I like to make my playlist private because I don't want to be like, I don't know. It's weird to be self-conscious about what you're trying to learn. That to me is like the worst way to do it. And for some reason with a public playlist, even if they're all useful, like I could have a public playlist, which is different than like a private one, but I feel like a private playlist is just like stuff that I find interesting and maybe want to go back to. I don't know. It's the thing. I feel the same way with studying, where like I don't like to do studies on stream because there's like a little tiny bit of additional pressure of like, you're in front of people, you're less afraid to make mistakes, you know, I don't want to stand up when I'm streaming and wander around and leave for 20 minutes, but like if I'm studying, maybe I want to just think about something. Maybe I want to spend 20 minutes looking for additional references. And like that's hard to do when you're trying to stream and like have that freedom of just like sitting there staring at the screen and not doing anything and not talking. But like I don't want to do that. So I like to do my studies off stream. I don't like to post them or share them because I want to be able to make mistakes. If after the fact I want to share them, great, right? Like I will, but I want to make that choice not connected to making the art. You know, I want to have that comfort of like just being able to just try stuff and learn stuff and make mistakes and make ugly art, you know? So yeah, also this can be like a golden or silver, maybe like a bluish. Could definitely get some brighter colors up here. But yeah, that's a tricky thing with art, I feel like, because like on one hand you want to show it, especially with like all the misinformation around it, where like how people make it, what they do, and that sort of the whole what the process is really. But at the same time, it's like sometimes you just don't want to share. Not because it's secret, right? But it's like because it's harder to do it when you're being watched. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. So I don't think that looks good. This is like a thatched roof. These aren't tiles. You know what's funny? When I was actually in Japan as a teen, I went to Japan for a couple weeks as like an exchange student or an exchange program. I don't wasn't really a student, to be honest. It was more just an exchange program. I guess I technically was a student for kind of, but there's more of like a touristy way. But anyway, it was an exchange program for 3 weeks. Um, and I actually, one of my teachers in high school, not in Japan, but just in my American high school, they actually gave me the, because I asked them like, is the all of them kind of had this idea of like, oh crap, what do I do? Like one of my students is going to be away for 3 weeks. Do I give them assignments? Do I give them schoolwork? And so I actually asked them, I'm like, do you have work that I have to do or something? Like I kind of under the expectation I was going to have an assignment. And only one of my teachers said that I actually had to do anything. Otherwise I just got a pass for those 3 weeks. And the one assignment I had was to keep a journal and just write about what I did. That was it. And or my observations kind of. And then like that was a really cool project because like I don't know if I would have done that otherwise. And so I remember literally the first line from the day I rode in Japan was like me pointing out that the roofs are just like very different. The architecture is so distinctly different. And it's specifically the roofs. They had like thatched roofs and tile roofs and things that we just didn't have in the US, or at least not where I lived. And I thought that was like, that to me is the thing that stuck out is like, this is Japan and not the US, is the look at the roofs. It also helped that like we were coming around, like driving in a bus at night and around a mountain, and then you can look down and see all the roofs. But it was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's a defining feature, which I know everyone knows. If you look at architecture from Japan, it's pretty clear that their buildings are different. But I thought it was neat. I thought it was a neat sort of like, I still remember that. And it's sort of one of those things that like, I want to make sure that I make it clear that it's different, Maybe there's some, ooh, you know what, this is not super Japanese, but color. Adding some color in here. Trying to make sure that's also in perspective. There's also a lot of dark, like a dark wood. So you have that really high contrast. I don't know if that looks good or not. That's okay. I really miss artsy architecture. Oh, just like fancy, yeah, like not from the US, but like whether it's European or yeah, there's a lot of just like nice architectural where they do lots of amazing architectural design. Yeah, not just in Japan, all over the place. But yeah, it is kind of disappointing that like we don't put more money into that. But at the same time, I feel like this is, I don't want to get too political here, but I also feel like I don't know, a lot of the, well, minus like maybe Europe, because Europe has, a lot of the buildings are so old and they've changed a lot over the years. But back in the day when they had like, literal kings and stuff. But I feel like there's sort of a connection with like not good governments and very fancy buildings who want to show off their wealth and their power, but like at the expense of their people, right? I remember there was some very controversial person who I do not like at all, but they did some like tour in Russia, and it was so very clear, like, clean streets, fancy architecture, you know, everything. It was all about appearance, but like, yeah, where are the homeless people? Probably in prison, right? Like not on the street, but also doesn't mean they don't exist, right? Like, yes, in the US we have some messy streets and some messy cities, and like the buildings aren't, you know, the pride and joy, but at the same time it might look worse, but I think the life can actually be better. So it's kind of this weird, like, I always get a weird feeling when, like, do I really want a time where all of our government money is put into buildings, or where the people, you know, some people can hardly eat and yet your next door neighbor is building some giant cathedral? Like, I don't know if that's what I want. And so it's kind of this weird thing where, like, it is gorgeous, and I think having a world where people are inspired to make amazing things is great. But at the same time, I just, from my understanding of history, it's typically not the greatest times for the actual people. It's typically like royalty and the very rich who are doing this. And like, you know, I will say if the very rich would like to, you know, spend their money on cool buildings, I'd be all for it. Right now it's just bigger, I guess. I guess they do kind of, just big buildings. It's just a different focus. It's not like, I don't know. So yeah, I am a little bit hesitant to be like, oh, I wish all of our buildings were beautiful like that, because I kind of know the reality of it. But I don't know. It is gorgeous, and cool architecture is awesome. And I'm sure there's some middle ground where it's not all or nothing. You know, you can have really nice buildings that are, you know, not so extravagant, that are just wasteful or something. I don't know. But they do look cool. I guess the motivation behind the buildings is important too. I think if you have a culture who just is valuing art, and that's the thing they want to put money towards, and like, because it makes them happy, and maybe you have excess wealth and you can afford to do that, I think that would be amazing. But unfortunately, that's not typically the case, right? It's typically a show of wealth of like from the rich, but not the poor, and the poor is just kind of left by the wayside. And yeah, there's a lot of issues with like historically the, you know, governments and cities who are really try to go all out on their architecture. But I don't know, maybe there's some really good examples. I know churches do this. Again, they have, you know, where the community pools together money to basically create these places of worship. Supposedly Iran is terribly blinded architects of St. Basil Cathedral, so they couldn't cheat architecture as nice looking for other people. Wait, what? So supposedly Ivan the I read as Iran. Ivan the Terrible blinded architects of the cathedral, so they couldn't cheat architecture as nice looking for other people. Oh, create architecture. Gotcha. Oh, so they said you are the best, so we're gonna preserve that by blinding you. That is ridiculous. That's insane, if that's true. That's like that'd be like an artist making really nice art, so you chop off their hands or you blind them after, and like, that way only I can have your nice art. That is crazy. Also, doesn't surprise me in the least that happened at some point. Okay, these colors need some help, but right now I just want to add some structural stuff, some darker colors. Welcome back, Vegas. This roof doesn't feel very roof-like. Also, this is a weird tangent now. That's weird. I don't like that. Maybe I should have made this more like that. I don't know. I don't like that there's a tangent here. That's not good. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, when I say a tangent, I mean this railing is touching the tip of this building. And so you have this weird intersection. And it's just like a weird point of tension, and you're not always sure if they're connecting or not. Instead of having them clearly go behind each other, which is maybe what I'm going to try and do here. Maybe just, this is almost isometric, so I might be able to get away with it. Although I could probably, if I added like another row here of stairs, I don't know why there would be 2 stairs. Maybe that's what I do. I'm going to do that. And actually, I do know why I would do this. I have an idea. So I'm going to add 2 rows of stairs. And then up here, I'm going to connect them. Just going to blob these in. That maybe. But yeah, welcome back, Vegas. Hope you're doing well. I still don't know if that's better. That might be weird. No, I don't know if that's better or worse. That might be worse. I thought it was going to be better, because then I could put it behind here, and it would kind of make up for it. But I think that's worse. Okay, well, I don't like that. We're gonna delete that. It was worth a try. So now the question is, do I move it this way? Probably. I think we can do that. Also, this song's really loud. I'm gonna skip it. There we go. Okay. I think that'll work. I mean, it's you can't really just move things in perspective like I just did. I think you can get away with it a little bit more when it's more isometric view, or it's closer. The closer it is to isometric, the more you can do that. Which this is pretty close. It's not, it isn't, but it's close. And then here, there needs to be a path, right? There needs to be a little pathway. So these things, because they got to get in here, right? So maybe we'll go like this, and then we'll add a little... Little stones in here. And of course, some little beams here for that look. I don't know how popular porches are like this in Japan, but that's okay. And then this can be a little bit darker here. Maybe some light back here poking through. It's nice to have light going through things if you can. Like if we have light back here, right, we want to show that these railings but there's light poking through the edges. And then there's a path here. Maybe there's another railing going that way. I don't know. And this is also probably on stilts because it's at an angle. So I'm going to make sure that that is seen because that otherwise it's going to be confusing to what we're looking at. And this could be very dark down here. Underneath the area here where there's like a fall off. Trying to make it on a hill. And a little bit of a... maybe a brighter pink up here, so we'll go like this. Just on these sides of the trees. And then, of course, shadows underneath these trees. What else? Do we want trees over here? Yeah, let's put a tree over here. It's catching some light. Just making a... right, I feel like it's a nice spot for one. And of course, not the whole thing's in light. So we get some shadow. We could maybe do like another tree over here as well. There's like some indications of a tree down below. What about up here? Do we want like a big tree? I mean, this could have been a tree, right? This could have been a pink tree. Maybe. Let's try it. Let's try this out. Let me go back a few steps in the history and just... The problem with this is that now it's so bright with the value contrast. I mean, I know this isn't quite what a cherry blossom tree looks like, but definitely makes it harder to work. But if we do that, then we could put some light over here, maybe some like bluish light from the sky. I think I'm going to end up doing a lot of color adjustment here. Like adding lots of blue into the shadows. Also, this thing is very green because I'm doing a lot of like soft overlay. So I might have to really play up some of these colors here in a bit. Also, I'm not sure what's happening in the background here. Maybe we add in some like hillside or countryside kind of. That. I mean, I know that's a little far away, but... Or it's not really far away. It looks farther away than it probably is. It's very weird perspective going on, and I realize that. But... That's okay. But yeah, there's a thing. What's happening up here? More just hills? What other kind of trees are in Japan? I guess ginkgo trees are pretty common. So we can mix in some of this. We can still use green. I guess there's a lot of trees in Japan. Maybe like that, where there's almost like no sky showing if there's any. And then over here we can... This can be the light. Like hillside. Maybe with some little houses poking up in the distance. That could work. It's not a bad idea, I think. Maple, Japanese maple, true. There are Japanese maples. Okay, let's make little houses here, off in the distance. Just little shapes. I'm just making them in green. Doesn't need to be anything else, in my opinion. But yeah, a lot of this is getting a little gray, and I realize that. I will have to fix that. We can always do color adjustments, but I think for this, it's actually not bad to start a little gray. Have you guys seen Blue Eye Samurai? That's a really nice show. I haven't. Okay, this needs to have a little bit of shadows on here, I feel like. Okay, now let's try some color adjustment. Maybe I start with duplicating the whole thing for saving. Very important. And then I'm gonna try something. So I'm gonna go edit, color adjustment, hue, saturation, luminosity, and I'm just gonna crank the saturation up. Now this obviously looks stupid, right? Like not objectively, but subjectively that looks stupid. But when I go back here, it does look a little gray, so I'm wondering, like, here's something that I like to do. You take up something like this, that it's way overkill, and you tone it down. Or even better, you start by doing a layer mask. So you layer mask, mask outside selection, and then I can come back in, and I can paint that brightness in and I don't have to paint it at full opacity, right? I don't have to go like that. I can just do a little bit. So now whatever I want to, like, what do I want the focal point to be? Well, I think right here in the middle, right, we're going to have some, you know, especially, do I want like the shadows to be bright or the light? I think I want the shadows, right? So I'm going to come in here, just add a lot of color into the shadows. Anywhere a shadow might be. And that's a choice. Or do I? I mean, maybe I want the light to be in the bright, the you know. Maybe I do it like on the edge of the light and the shadow. Now, do I like that? I don't know. What if I undo it, and then I do the opposite? Focus on the light. Everywhere the light is, I'm painting in saturation. I mean, this definitely has a different feeling. And see, that's kind of fun. I like that, actually. That's a nice way to do it. Bring in some of that light. Be very saturated. It's a very particular look, I think. So I like it. I think this is a good start. Again, perspective's kind of weird, but that's okay. Something that you could also do is you go in here with like another line and sort of just draw the edge of these. So like these don't look great. But you could come in here with like a line brush kind of, and not a line brush, but just lines. You just kind of outline stuff. Add a little bit of that extra detail in there. Sort of like, if you know the form of the plant, that would help too. So like, do you have little spikies here around the edge? You know, you can do all sorts of stuff to like scribble in shapes, you know? Because like obviously this is not the shape of a tree. And so you can kind of go around the blobs and make some tree shapes. Probably more important to do that in the foreground, though. Let me find some cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom. Cherry trees. They have kind of a particular form to them. Kind of drooping. Not really drooping, but a little bit. Trying to make the brush strokes kind of fit the vibe, you know? Also, there's going to be shadows over here. Don't forget shadows. Very important. And if possible, the shadows should be overlapping light so that you, like here, so you can see the light through the shadows. Because I think that just makes things look nicer. Shows that contrast. Okay, don't know what's happening here. Why is it so bright? And some more trees here. Again, these are just blobs, but I'm just kind of trying to add a little bit of texture. And I think here, let me see if I can do like find a close-up of a cherry tree. I mean, these could be, this is where we could get really crazy. I don't know if I want how detailed I want it to go. Probably not, but I think I will just go around the edges a bit. And add some smaller shapes. I'm always afraid of over-rendering certain things, and this is not that I don't know if I've ever over-rendered something in my life, though, but I don't want to spend too much time on something that doesn't matter when it comes to rendering. Oh, Joe, I recently started, says Vegas, I recently started a series that made me think of you. It's called Galaxy Outlaws. It's mostly just a group of con artists doing random crap and sort of fantasy in space. Ooh, that sounds fun. Let me add it to a maybe read list. Although I will say it might be a while because I already have started too many books right now, and I'm going to start another book in 3 days when it comes out that I've been waiting for. But let me just add this in here. Okay, I've got my notepad. I've added it. Galaxy Outlaws. I mean, I like if the cons are well thought out and they're clever, I can pretty much guarantee I'll enjoy reading it. I do enjoy clever, just, you know, people doing clever things that I hadn't really thought of. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I always enjoy that. Making sure this environment is not a monoculture. There's multiple types of species of trees. They're not all just cherry trees. We got some brown, we got some trees with pink, and we also got some green trees. What if we do this? No, not that. Just there. We can add a little bit of like a bright white, like a reflecting on a water. But yeah, how is it good? Is it a good, do you enjoy it? Galaxy Outlaw. This sounds fun. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out. I'll maybe see if my library has it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well today. There. This is, I do not paint many Japanese themes, but this one kind of feels nice. I don't know. I like it. Also, maybe we can add some of that metallic thing, like those little topping things, I don't know what you call them, up here. And we can maybe embellish it a little bit. I know not all Japanese buildings have like these little things on the side, these little winged things, but just for the sake of this painting. Could be fun. I'm enjoying it overall. Easier reading than most books I read. That's good. I like easy reading books. I don't like to... also, because when I read, I'm typically multitasking. I'm doing work at the same time. And so, yeah, I like books that are easy to read. Now, obviously, if it's like a textbook or something, which I read a fair amount of, surprisingly, I don't care if it's easy reading, because obviously the point is to learn, and sometimes it's not intended to be, but even then, it's still nice when they make it as easy as possible. I had a professor in university that would... I think there's a word for it, where like people will just use big words for the sake of using big words. And she was just... She would use like... Half the time people didn't even know what she was talking about, because she just loved showing how big her vocabulary was. I think there's a word for it. But anyway, it was a little much, and it kind of... I always think back to her whenever I think of like wordy, unnecessarily like the language, like people trying to like, if she were to write a paper, right, and she was writing it for colleagues, it's like she would want to write it in a way where, look how smart I am kind of vibe, instead of just like trying to make it easy to understand. Like sometimes you can't get away with not using technical language, like technical language is fine, but when you're just using big words because you have a robust vocabulary, it's just a little bit much. And yeah, you call those people snooty? Maybe. I mean, I think maybe snooty people certainly do that, I think, but I don't know if that inherent... I don't know. Guess we could get into what snooty means to different people, but yeah, I don't know what you call it, but it's something. Oh, heck yeah, so good. Oh, Raychiana knows what that is. Blue-Eyed Samurai. Also, welcome back, Raychiana. Hope you're doing well today. Hope your day is going good. Yeah, we are painting this thing. I think I'm making it a little soft. This could be a thatched roof. Just add some thatching texture. I think it's going okay. I think of Snoot as any condescending. Well, I don't think she was doing it to be condescending. I think at some point she probably just developed a habit of doing it. But like, I mean, I didn't really get the feeling. Like, it seems weird as a teacher. Not me as a teacher, but like as thinking of a teacher, trying to put myself in the position of a teacher. Like, isn't the point to be understood? Like, if you're trying to teach someone something, you need to be able to speak on their level so that they can understand, so that you can make your points clear and you can educate, right? Like, you are counterproductive as a teacher if you are using language that your students don't know those words. Or if they have to think harder than they need to about what you're saying or what the words mean. Like, I don't think she's helping anyone, right? Like, to me, she's making herself look like a worse teacher, because she's very clearly confusing some students. Not all students. Some people will understand, some people won't. Most people can figure out what she's saying, right? It's not like... It just feels like... Usually, technically, yes, but college teachers are not trained to be teachers. I know. But again, neither am I. And I can recognize that... You know, if I had to teach a class, there would be some things that would be pretty obvious that I would need to do, right? Most people have gone through school and can understand some things that teachers do and don't do, and like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it takes a genius to understand that if people can't understand you, that then you're not doing a good job. I don't know. It's just weird. It's been a pet peeve of mine for a long time because I've had a few teachers who've done it. Most of the time they don't, but really that one sticks out. I don't normally add light on stuff like this, just like little details, but this one's kind of fun. Also, do I need to add every railing thing? I don't think so. Just kind of trying to color stuff. Many of my college students were not the best communicators. Your college students or college teachers? I mean, most people probably aren't great communicators, but yeah, no, yeah, most of my college teachers weren't great communicators, but there's still, I think, I don't know, like, the way you present your information, I feel like should still be, like, I don't know. I mean, I kind of agree with you. I mean, most of my college professors weren't amazing communicators either, but there is still a difference between seemingly making a choice that makes it harder versus like just not doing something that maybe they should, right? Like maybe there were some teachers that just weren't very good at teaching, but they weren't actively doing a thing that made it worse, right? Like it feels like it was a choice to say things in a complicated way. Holding the power is the goal. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's a good point, Raichiana. In anything, teaching work for some people in positions of power is not about filling the role adequately. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there was like malintent there, and I don't think this particular teacher was trying. I don't know, maybe they were. I just maybe she was like a younger teacher and hadn't been there that long and was like, you know, maybe I'm psychoanalyzing her, but like maybe because she was newer to this position, she was trying to separate herself from the students because she was kind of like she didn't, you know, she wasn't like old or anything. So maybe she was trying to like separate herself from her students by sort of flaunting her knowledge of in some ways. It just seemed like there was sort of like a something happening other than the goal of teaching. It was very weird. Yeah, like a curious case of, I don't know. But again, she's not the only one that I've ever heard do that. I've definitely heard people do that. I mean, I've heard artists do that tons, right? Like artists will use big words and name drop things and or like when people, I think here's an example. It's not always the case, but when people will like feel the need to name drop the specific parts of the anatomy, even though they're like they've already made their point, kind of like you've probably heard people do this when trying to teach anatomy, and like they basically end up just naming the parts as if that's relevant to like understanding. Like they don't actually tell you about the part, they just name them as if it's like, look at me naming them. And like, okay, you naming it isn't helping us because if we didn't know the name already, like it just like there's nothing wrong with naming it, but if that's all you do, the sternocleidomastoid on the neck. Yeah, it's like, okay, like I get it, but if you don't explain what it is also, then you're gonna miss a lot of people. And like when people say learn anatomy, they don't mean memorize the parts. That's not how you learn to draw, right? Now, it is nice to have a language, right? Language absolutely. We should clap when people display that that they know anatomy. No, like obviously, yeah, obviously you're kidding. But no, it's funny because like on one hand, I'm a big believer in that like having a word to describe something is super useful because then you can expand on your knowledge of the thing, especially if it's conceptual. Like if you don't have a concept for, say, atmospheric perspective, it's very hard to talk about the nuance of atmospheric perspective and how it differs under different conditions if you don't have a word for it, right? If you're like, you know that effect when like there's fog, it's kind of like fog, but it's not always fog. Sometimes it's smoke, sometimes it's, you know, the moisture in the air, sometimes it's particles, and like you can explain what it is, but then there's like nuance and like, well, what if it's none of that, you know? What if it's some other gas or something, and how does that affect the lighting? And like sometimes it's nice to just be able to name it because it can help you expand on a topic and like dive in deep. But I don't feel that way with anatomy. Maybe I'm crazy. Most anatomy teachers I've had always give the names, but they also just give it a name that makes sense to you that distinguish it from other things. Yeah, or like they'll have a diagram that'll show what it is, and they'll explain. You know, they might say this part, which is the the sternocleidomastoid, right? And then they'll say, the important thing is that this is a form that goes under this other form, and like there's these parts, and like they explain it in a way where like even if you forget the name, it doesn't matter because you've got the idea, right? That's what's important is the idea. Do you understand how to apply it? The name is the least important thing. Learning Latin roots helps. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't learn the names of things. I just think sometimes it feels like a teacher presenting the names feels more important to them than actually explaining how to use the knowledge. Like, the name is important in that if you ever want to, like, recall it or Google search it, right, you're going to need to know stuff. But it's not the most important part if you're trying to teach anatomy to an artist, you know? It's not, again, it's not useless, but no artist, that should not be the thing in your note, right? It should be the form, the how you apply it, what it's doing, what function is it. I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling. I'm preaching to the choir, or maybe I'm just a crazy person rambling right now. Like, what are you, a doctor? Yeah, right? Exactly. Boo. No, there's a fine line. It's one of those things where like I feel like I know it when I see it when someone is like just dropping big words. Like you can use big words. And then you hopefully will explain what the big word means. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being pedantic here. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, let's do some shape carving. Let's just make some interesting shapes, some hard edges. Get away from the painterly things for a moment. Or maybe not get away from the painterly things, but just come in here and add some making some shapes, edge variety. Yeah, just some shapes and stuff depending on what it is I want to draw. I don't even know if these are good, but I love this Eastern theme. Thanks. Yeah, it's maybe a little generic, but I'm liking it. I think it's fun. But yeah, I'm just trying to draw some shapes in here to, like, I don't know, make it interesting. Although I should probably focus on the shapes over here, like of the like overall form of the tree. You know, little negative shapes in here. And then try to make these shapes similar. Now this shape probably doesn't need to have that. I had a weird urge to say, maybe you're a little generic. Not sure why. Why everybody I work with has been doing childish things like that a lot lately, so it's sort of a habit. Maybe you're a little generic. Yeah, maybe. It's funny. No, you. No, you are. At the beginning, I thought this whole thing would become a pier on a lake. It could have been. Yeah, we could, right? We could have put like a river down here or like a lake, and like this whole thing could lead down to the water. But no, I'm just taking it as an opportunity to sketch some architecture, some very simple shapes. I feel like, you know what we need? We need some colored structures. I feel like some of these could be red or something. Or like these could be red. I don't know, maybe that's too much. I'm trying to look around at some of my references and find things that are interesting. Maybe there's like, yeah, little symbols up here, little shapes. Would a red structure be a sign? But okay, we gotta sit up straight. I'm slouching like crazy. Also, needs to be a shadow on here. Let's take this green and go like this. Thanks for the posture check. I'm gonna try and sit up straight. Okay, so now we've got, some of this doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a little messy, but that's okay. We can fix it. We can fix it. These are typically here. Also, these roofs oftentimes have rounded... No, they're not rounded, but they're a little bit rounded on top. I don't really have any blurry edges, though. Everything's very crisp, which I don't know if I like. Oh, hold on. I did something stupid. There. maybe this could go slouch down. Trying to think how to paint this. I don't know. See, I could go in here and just like go crazy with the lines and the shapes. But I don't think I need to. I think I can keep it pretty simple. But maybe around here, because this is the focal point, right? This is the main stuff. Little bits of, you know, tufted grass sticking up here. Same here, right? Little bits of discoloration on the hill. And then we can add little bits of lines here for the grass. Some overlap. Maybe some darkness down here too. These lines can be a little bigger. Maybe there's a rock here or something. That'd be kind of neat. Little rocks. Maybe not. That's actually, remember when I was looking at that painting earlier, and I was like, you know, don't put like one tree in the foreground that's different than all the rest. That's the same thing with the rock, right? I want to put a rock here, but at the same time, there's no other rocks in the image, and unless I'm putting them in, you know, over here and back, you know, unless I'm putting them throughout the image where you can tell that there's a bunch of rocks, it can be really hard, especially if you don't paint it well, to tell what it even is you're looking at. But if you have that repetition, it's very clear, right? Like, you know what this is in the foreground because they're all over, right? I'm trying to think, what other colors can we put in this environment to like spruce it up a bit. Give it a little bit of pizzazz, you know? I think these red leaves here are kind of nice, actually. Not leaves, but red tree trunks. Like a dark, it's dark. And maybe just some more trees back here. Maybe some of these trees back here are actually very similar in shape. As the other trees. But they're just silhouettes. Oh, these were gonna be houses, weren't they? Just put a little bit of color there. Very, very light. In fact, this color is so light, it's actually not even a pink, right? Your brain might see it as a pink because you see these pink, that pink, and you're like, yeah, that looks pink. But if you color pick it, it's literally just a yellow. This is yellow. And your brain is like, how is that yellow? Right? It's a gray yellow, and it's so wild that this looks pink because it's opposite of green, and green is opposite of pink. And it's really just a desaturated yellow green. Anyway, it's kind of wild how that works. I will put a little bit of pink in there, though. I'm using pink, but when I put it down lightly, it changes color, right? Because I'm mixing it. So there is some pink back here. And then some other trees back here as well. There. And then here we have some very harsh lines here, which I don't know if I like. I'm pretty much finished with this painting. I'm just wrapping up. But part of the reason I'm still going is because I don't actually know what I'm going to do today after stream. I might play some games, but I died on Path of Exile. I died to something stupid and I play in hardcore mode, so I lost my character. So I might start a new character today. I don't know what I'm gonna do after stream. I do need food. By the way, tomorrow, tomorrow, Sunday, I want to try and watch some art videos in Discord. I don't know if I'm going to. No, maybe not. I don't think I have any saved. I don't know. But I do sometimes watch art videos in Discord on Sundays. If people have videos to recommend. But I don't know if I've saved any throughout the week. Typically every couple weeks we watch some. Actually, I think I'll probably skip next week. Or today. Or tomorrow, I mean. Can't speak properly. How you know I'm tired. Okay, now there's the thing that Ghibli does, which I'm not looking at any Ghibli art right now. But what if I take a normal brush, and I don't know if this is actually what they do, but they take like a warm color, like with an airbrush, and they just kind of fill the scene with like a little bit of warmth. Right? You see that? How that like goes from that to sort of that, and it shifts it. It's almost like I mean, if you're not careful, people will accuse you of AI. Not that they would in this image, but of like the P color, the P filter. But it sort of has this warmth to it. A lot of Ghibli art has a lot of warmth to it. They really do fill their shadows with a lot of warmth. I don't know if that's better. Like, relatively, it's still cool, but it's... can be a nice way to add some color. Hey, I didn't miss the whole stream. Not quite. Sarah, how's it going? By the way, Sarah has this looking so pretty. Thanks. I'm liking it. Yeah, I'm pretty much wrapping up. It's been fun. So Sarah, I was called out a few streams ago for drawing all my stuff from the same perspective. So I'm like, you know what? We are gonna do some scenes looking downward. So I did a lot of top-down view stuff, some directly top-down. We did this also last stream. I did a top-down view thing last stream. Let's see if I can find it. Uh-oh. This, right? So we did this last stream. So I've been kind of on like a very top-down view painting kick a little bit. So I've been trying to like, I don't know, just do, this one still is not, the eye line is still on the page, so it's not totally top-down. Slightly different perspective though, but it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun to do stuff like this, and I'm glad I'm doing it. To play with the camera more since I want to do VizDev narrative purposes. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny that you get. Yeah, it's crazy how easy it is to fall into like doing the same perspective, you know. So yeah, I've been doing that a lot. You know, like this is a very different perspective. Eye line almost just isometric, not even using perspective. It's pretty much just straight up isometric in that one. This one obviously has perspective. In fact, I even started, as I was painting, I even warped it a bit. The reason, so funny enough, this one, my main goal was to, like, I found myself, especially in this painting, it's like, okay, it's a flat ground plane, right? And then I did these paintings. I'm like, okay, this is a flat ground plane. And I'm like, what if I need to paint hills? Hills, but also top down. So I did that. And it ended up giving a little bit of perspective more than I wanted to, but yeah. It was nice to hear you're on the right track. Yeah, exactly. Roy says we're doing 4-point perspective spiral staircase next stream. Yeah, totally. No, I don't care to like just do wacky perspectives for the sake of wacky perspectives, but I think learning how to, for me, it's more of an exercise in thinking, because you have to think about things, and like you can't just make the silhouette you want to make, right? Trees aren't all like this. Oh, I'm using that brush. You know, trees don't always just look like this from the top view, you know? Sometimes they're going to be like this, and you're going to have to focus on the silhouette going this way, right? And you can't actually see anything. And it teaches you to think about things a little differently, rather than be like, oh, this is what a tree looks like, right? And it's nice to sort of do that. It's sort of exercise a different part of your brain. You started a sketch a lot on number 5, and it was hard to start. You started a sketch a lot on number 5. Oh, you started a sketch on this one? Is that what you mean? Oh, you started a sketch a lot like number 5, and it was hard to start it? Yeah, so I think for these, a lot of what makes these easy is just getting in enough grid. So sometimes it's just starting with a big box. Whoops. I think starting with a box is really helpful. Satria, hello! You know, if doing something like this where you draw a box from the top view and you say, okay, here's my, you know, it's perspectives going down here somewhere, you know, and that way everything from here will follow. That like, okay, if I'm going to draw windows, if I'm going to draw another top part to this building, you know, then you just follow the perspective. But getting that first thing down, right? Getting that first structure is really hard. It's hard to kind of teach yourself, you know, yeah, maybe you draw your box more like this, right? It's really steep and it's really top view. And then anything else you draw needs to also be in that view. You know, then you can start drawing those views. But yeah, I find just getting some basic grid lines down, some basic construction. This is also why I think it's really hard if you're starting with big shapes. When I draw, like, notice how I drew lines here?
I don't always start with lines, and if I'm not using lines, it becomes so much harder to get that framework down. But even just some simple lines can really help. Honk honk. Hey, typical goose. What are my eyes gazing upon? Stuff. Images, paintings that I'm working on. The construction is pretty solid. You just need to go for it. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And even not construction lines, but just like general grid lines to kind of sometimes like when I do scenes. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Sometimes when I do scenes from above, like in this view, what I'll do, and I don't know if this is the best advice, but I will start by basically just sketching out like kind of generic shapes, but in that vague perspective, right? So like these things are all kind of converging. They're not totally converging, but they're getting pretty close, right? They're certainly getting smaller and more distant. And then when I add in, here, let me do this. Oh, I'm gonna sketch in that. So when I add these in, it kind of tricks my brain. It's like, okay, now I understand that these are the tops of things. Now, even if I'm not going to draw on them, right? Maybe I'm going to draw something else. Maybe I'm going to draw a tower or some other object here, right? But these just help me sort of situate myself mentally of like, okay, I am looking at the top of an object, right? So now when I'm blocking in stuff, I have an easier time pretending that this object is something I'm looking down on because I've already drawn some of those planes. And just like with faces, right? You want to draw those planes. Also draw the planes of the objects you're painting. That way it doesn't matter what it is you're painting. You remind yourself that like, oh yes, you're looking down. Because you need the illusion to click, you know? Since everyone in tour chat loves environment art, do you mind if I shout out the Obis art book I mentioned in your Discord? Oh yeah, I can shout it out for you. So there is a Orbis art book that Sarah is a part of. You guys should go. If you want to drop the link, you're more than welcome to, Sarah. You can drop it here in chat. But yeah, there's an awesome environment. God, I really want to support it, but I don't feel like I have the money at the moment, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I really, really want to. I so want that book. I have like a week or something to figure it out. But I may end up still supporting in the end because I really, really want that art book. But there's 200 artists, full different environment art. Sarah is a part of it. She made well, I haven't seen the finished piece, but I saw her working on it on stream a little bit, and it was gorgeous. It's like an art of sort of all like different countries in the world, or different cities or country. I think different countries. And there's like 200, so probably an artist for every country, pretty much, because there's something like 212 countries. I don't know, but there's a lot. Maybe there's more than that. And yeah, just gorgeous art, sort of representing different countries, and it's super cool. But yeah, Sarah, you could totally drop the link to the Kickstarter because it's currently ongoing. I think it started like a week ago, and it has another couple weeks. Oh, no, that one is currently for the Italy zine. Oh, for Orbis, most of us don't work on that piece until after Kickstarter. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Never mind then. Wait, is the Art of Zine, has that funded? Did the Art of... I want both of them. Did the Art of Zine fund? I actually don't know. Okay, this Orbis one is still working. Okay. I actually don't know much about this Orbis one then. Art Book of the World. Yeah, I did. Okay, I don't actually know what Orbis is. I take it back then. I need to watch the Kickstarter. I only knew of the Art of Zine. I really want the what do you call it? The other one. The Italy zine. All of the online Streets of Zine are free. Gotcha. Okay. The Streets of Zine is free online. Orbis is the first physical book they're trying to... Gotcha. Okay, never mind. I wasn't sure how that worked. Okay, I got all confused. Italy will be free online. Okay, never mind. So this one... Okay, that one... Gotcha. I got the books confused.
But all I know is there's gorgeous art in all of them because there's amazing artists working on it. But yeah, I'm a little jealous that I may or may not be able to afford the art of book, or not the art of book, the Orbis one. But I'll have to take a closer look because I'm actually now not totally sure what's in it. I think I confused myself. You're working on so many things. You have so many projects that. Also, I kind of like the blue. Ooh, look at the blue. That purple in the distance. I feel like it's kind of nice. Pushing some of those pinks forward. Look at those colors pop. The power of overlay right there. It went from that to that. That green in the distance, which is nice. The green's not bad. But, like, that is just so much cooler. I think. It changes the mood a little bit, right? This is like a sunny day. Yeah, it just adds that contrast and brings the mid ground forward by basically creating a little vignette, right? It's basically like saying, here is where you're looking, everything else is blue, and this is the green spot. But anyway, I thought it looked nice. But yeah, if you guys have some extra money and you want an awesome art book full of cool stuff, you should support it. That might have to be my Christmas present for myself. We'll see. But yeah, it has, what, a couple weeks, I think. So you've got time. 11 days to go. But yeah, how are you, Sarah? Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good with you. Yeah, I'm happy to share it with people. Yeah, absolutely. There's 11 days, and I think it's just under halfway funded. Yeah. That's tough, though, right? Because, like, I don't... Because, like, I don't know enough about Kickstarter, but I'm pretty sure it's harder and harder to fund things as things go on, because, like, the Kickstarter itself won't promote it as much. But I feel like it's totally doable, though. It's totally fundable. This picture reminds me of when I was in LA, I went to this place called the Huntington Gardens, and there was a really beautiful Japanese garden. Oh man, there's so many beautiful Japanese gardens around, and they're all amazing. Everyone that I've been to is just great. I can't remember the names of them. Some of them were in Japan, but some of them were, I think there was one like near Seattle, or like on the way there, somewhere between where I live and Seattle. I don't even remember what it was called, but there was this gorgeous Japanese garden. That we went to. It was great. Yeah, also, to be honest, I don't think they should have released the Kickstarter right before Lightbox. We have a nice one here in Philly, but it's much smaller. Gotcha. But yeah, I think I'm about ready to end stream. My eyes are getting sore. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this painting. It's a good spot to stop. There's a pretty big one in Portland. Yeah, they're all over, and they're all amazing, and a lot of them just, especially the one that I went to had some really cool elevation change, so like lots of stairs in different areas, and it was basically on a giant hillside, and it was just gorgeous. It was massive too. It could spend like an entire day in there. Came out really nice, beautiful color. Oh, thank you. Taco Force says there's a pretty big one in Portland. Yeah. Let's see. The note says the Chinese one in LA was insane. Like, I went to the Japanese one first and thought, oh, it couldn't be top that, but then the Chinese one was on another level. That's funny. Yeah, the Japanese one was on a giant hill. Yeah. I don't is that normal? Because like in Japan, all the gardens that I went to were not on hills. They were all pretty flat. But in the US, the a couple of the ones that I know of are on giant hills. So I don't know, maybe it's just random. You would think that they would be on hills, right? Because it's easier to like make a garden on a hill than housing. And so if you have to put if you have limited space and you have a very, very hilly environment, right? Like, you would think a lot of the gardens would end up on the hills because, that would just make a lot of sense. Yeah, Japan is very mountainous in its region. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, probably trying to have a similar form. The Chinese one was on a huge pond. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to a Chinese garden. I don't know anything about their garden design or how that all looks. Now I'm curious. I gotta look into Chinese garden design. But anyway, I think it's a good spot to stop. Thanks for being here, everybody. I had fun today. I thought this painting turned out nicely, or I think it turned out nicely. I guess I'll know when I look at it later. Sometimes you look at a painting again and you're like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. But I think this one's gonna hold up. I have a hunch. I can try to post some pics in your Discord later. Yeah, if you want, that would be awesome. I would appreciate it. I always enjoy stuff like that. Glad you got to stop by, Sarah. I'm gonna end. Celestian, hello. You're stopping by right at the end. Thanks for popping in. But we are gonna raid. So yeah, I guess the outro. Also, this is totally gonna make noise. Okay. My outro is, thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. Also, maybe I should have done like a... What if we do a color dodge real quick? This is not my outro. My outro is, what if we do a color dodge real quick? Boom. Smack that with some color dodge. Amazing. No, we're not going to do that. Although I will say, no, that's not even good looking. That's ugly. The colors need something. I'm still not totally convinced with the colors on this. It's a little dull. It's like maybe it's a contrast issue. I don't have any bright colors, like bright whites. I don't know. But anyway, but yeah, my outro. Thanks for being here. I do stream 3 days a week. Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Today is Saturday, so next stream is Monday. And yeah, I'll probably do more top-down stuff. I've been kind of on a top-down bird's eye view kick lately. It's been fun. I think it's training parts of my brain to do better art in this sort of view. I might also do like a winter piece. I kind of need to make a winter scene here for like a postcard for my Christmas card. So maybe I'll do that. I might try to do like a winter scene top down. It'd be kind of fun. But yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. I also have a Patreon, patreon.com/jstiller30 if you want to support me there. Don't feel like you have to, but any amount helps. And